What you choose to do today creates the life you will live tomorrow. Every decision you make now shapes the person you are becoming. Your future is not built by luck, it is built by the small actions you take each day with discipline and focus. Time will move forward, no matter what you do. The question is whether you will use it to build a future you are proud of. Most people wait for the right moment to start changing their lives. The truth is the right moment is always now, because every delay costs you opportunities. Your habits today are the seeds of your tomorrow. Success does not come from one big step, but from consistent effort made daily. Today we will talk about how your future depends on what you do now and how you can take control of it. If you're ready to stop waiting and start building your future, then let's dive in. Number 1. Wake up early and plan your entire day. Every single person has faced mornings where the alarm rings and the mind whispers to stay in bed a little longer. That moment feels small, but it shapes everything that follows. The choice to rise early or to delay sets the tone for your entire life. People say they want change, they say they want success, they say they want freedom. But the first test begins with the clock. If you cannot win the battle with the pillow, how can you win the larger battles of life? Getting up early is not about impressing anyone. It is not about proving you are tougher. It is about giving yourself the gift of time. When the world is still quiet and calm, that time belongs to you. It is the hour when your mind is clear and your body is ready to listen. You create the space where direction begins. That is why you must treat early hours as a sacred appointment with your own future. When you wake up early, you place yourself ahead of the day instead of chasing after it. Many people live in constant reaction. They wake up late, they rush, they stress, they spend the whole day trying to catch up. By the end, they are exhausted and nothing meaningful is accomplished. That is the difference between living life on defense and living life on offense. Rising early gives you control. It lets you slow down and see the day before it runs away from you. It lets you breathe and think. It lets you prepare your mind before the world begins to pull at your attention. That single decision creates a ripple effect. You feel more calm, you feel more focused, you feel more ready. This one habit can change how you live every other hour. When you open your eyes in those early hours, you also open a doorway to clarity. You will notice how different the air feels. You will notice how silence carries a sense of possibility. Your mind begins to think in ways it never does. When surrounded by noise, you start asking better questions. What matters most today? Who do I need to become today? What is waiting for me if I choose discipline instead of comfort? These questions set the stage for deeper thinking. You begin to understand that mornings are not just about tasks. They are about shaping identity. They are about choosing the character you bring into the day. That is why successful people always respect the morning. They know the first hour of the day has power that no other hour carries. Waking early by itself is not enough unless you know what to do with that time. That is why planning your day matters. Without a plan, you give your hours away to whoever demands them. Without a plan, you end up busy but not productive. Your energy gets scattered. You finish the day feeling tired but empty. When you plan, you create order from the chaos. You choose the direction instead of being dragged by distraction. Planning is not about filling every minute. It is about choosing what really counts. It is about placing your energy where it will give the highest return. You cannot build a meaningful future on random effort. You need intention, and intention begins with a plan. When you sit down with a notebook or a simple sheet of paper in the morning, you claim responsibility for your life. You take time to write down what you must achieve. You take time to look at the hours ahead and decide how to invest them. That simple act transforms your mind. Suddenly, your day is not something happening to you. It becomes something you are shaping with your own hands. That feeling gives you confidence. It makes you walk differently. It makes you speak differently. You feel grounded instead of scattered. You feel steady instead of rushed. That is the hidden power of planning. It is not only about tasks. It is about how you carry yourself through the day. Many people resist planning because they fear structure will limit them. They believe freedom comes from being spontaneous. But the truth is the opposite. Freedom comes when you create structure. Freedom comes when you know what matters and you give it your energy first. Spontaneity without direction only leads to regret. You look back and see wasted hours. You see missed opportunities. You see potential left untouched. But when you plan, you create room for real freedom. You finish important things first. You protect your time. You open space for rest and joy. Planning is the tool that allows you to design both productivity and peace. Without it, you only drift. The act of waking up early and planning teaches discipline in the smallest details. You show yourself that you can follow through. You show yourself that you can make promises to yourself and keep them. Discipline is built one choice at a time. Each morning is a training ground for that discipline. If you win there, you prepare yourself to win in larger arenas. You build the strength to resist temptations later in the day. You build the ability to stay calm when life throws challenges. Small discipline multiplies into large discipline. That is why the morning is more important than many realize. It is practice for the character you need. Imagine the feeling at the end of a day you planned well. You wake up early, you map your actions. You follow through. By the evening, you look back and see results. You see progress. You see steps taken toward your goals. That feeling creates energy. It makes you want to repeat the process tomorrow. It makes you believe in your own ability to shape your life. That belief is everything. People who believe in their own discipline carry themselves with certainty. They trust themselves. They do not wait for luck or chance. They know results will follow because they are creating them daily. That is how momentum is born. But let us also face the reality. Not every day will be perfect. Some mornings you will feel tired. Some mornings you will lose track. Some plans will not work out. That is normal. The important thing is not perfection. The important thing is consistency. Even when you stumble, return the next morning. Even when yesterday was a mess, begin again today. Discipline is not about never falling. Discipline is about rising again without losing faith in yourself. Each new sunrise gives you another chance to get it right. That chance belongs only to those who rise to meet it. Now think of the opposite picture. Think of sleeping late. Think of starting the day in a rush. Think of skipping the plan. The hours scatter. The mind feels cluttered. You react to every demand. You finish the day exhausted, but unfulfilled. This pattern, repeated for weeks and months, becomes a wasted life. Dreams remain distant. Potential is buried. Regret builds silently. People wonder why they feel stuck, but the answer often begins in the morning. If you want to change the direction of your life, change the way you start your day. That simple shift can break the chain of frustration and open the path to growth. When you rise early, you also gain a sense of quiet victory before the world even begins. That victory fuels you. It whispers that you are in control. It tells you that you are not helpless. It shows you that life is not only about what happens to you, it is about what you choose to do first thing in the morning. The sense of achievement in those early hours is small, but it is real. and small victories create the foundation for big victories. Every champion is built from those unseen wins that begin long before the spotlight. That is why your mornings matter more than you think. You will notice something else too. When you rise early and plan your day, people around you begin to sense a change. They see you show up on time. They see you prepared. They see you calm. That difference influences how they treat you. Opportunities open. Respect grows. Trust increases. Success is not only about what you do alone, it is also about how others see your reliability. And reliability begins with how you handle your own time. If you want the world to trust you, start by showing you can trust yourself. That proof is shown in your daily habits. To plan effectively, you must be honest with yourself. Do not fill the page with 20 tasks you cannot finish. Do not create a list that only looks impressive, but leaves you discouraged. Be real. Choose the most important 3 or 4 things. Give them your focus. Make sure your energy goes to what truly counts. Planning is not about quantity. Planning is about quality. If you finish the tasks that matter most, you win the day. Even small progress on a big goal is worth more than endless busy work. The plan must guide you, not overwhelm you. Keep it simple, keep it direct, keep it achievable. Planning also means anticipating challenges. Think ahead. Ask yourself what might distract you. Ask yourself what might block your progress. Prepare for those barriers before they arrive. If you know your phone will distract you, keep it away while working. If you know a certain hour is filled with interruptions, schedule important tasks earlier. A good plan is realistic. It does not only dream about success, it prepares for obstacles. That readiness gives you confidence when challenges appear. You will not be surprised. You will already know how to respond. That is the strength of thoughtful planning. Waking early is not easy in the beginning. Your body resists. Your mind argues. But like any habit, it becomes natural with practice. The first week feels difficult. The second week feels different. By the third week, it feels rewarding. The shift happens when you link the early wake-up with meaningful actions. If you rise early but waste that time, the habit will not stick. If you rise early and use the time to plan and act, you will feel progress. That progress keeps you motivated. Habits survive when they deliver results you can feel. Think of your future self. 10 years from now, that version of you will live with the results of what you choose today. If you rise early and plan daily, that future self will thank you. You will have built a life of order. You will have created progress. You will have avoided regret. If you neglect the habit, your future self will carry the burden of lost time. That picture should drive you to act today. The future is not a mystery. The future is built from the small repeated actions of today, and few actions shape life as much as how you start each morning. So when the alarm rings tomorrow, remember this moment. Remember the choice you hold. It is not only about waking up. It is about the kind of life you want to live. It is about proving to yourself that you can lead your own day instead of being led by it. It is about designing a life you can look back on with pride. The decision is simple. Rise early. Plan your day. Do it not just once, but again and again until it becomes who you are. That is the path to growth. That is the path to power. That is the path to a better future. Number 2, write down clear priorities and complete them first. When we talk about success, the first thing most people overlook is the clarity of their daily priorities. Life has a way of filling itself with noise, with endless distractions, and with tasks that feel urgent but are not important. If you do not write down your priorities, if you do not decide what is truly important, then the day will decide for you. You will react instead of act. You will drift instead of move forward. Writing down your priorities forces you to see clearly what matters most. It forces you to acknowledge what deserves your time, energy, and attention. When you see your priorities on paper, they become real, tangible, and unavoidable. They demand action. The process of listing your priorities is more than a mechanical act. It is a psychological anchor. When you write down what you must do first, your mind begins to recognize the boundaries of your day. It starts to filter out distractions automatically. You wake up with a sense of purpose, because your day is no longer random. It is structured. Your priorities tell you where to begin, and that starting point is critical. Every hour you spend without clear priorities is an hour spent in confusion. You feel tension, frustration, and anxiety because you do not know where your energy should go. A simple list can eliminate that mental clutter. But writing down your priorities is only half the work. The second half is completing them first. Many people write down what matters most, but then they allow small, easy, or tempting tasks to take precedence. They answer emails, scroll social media, or deal with interruptions while leaving the critical work for later. This is a trap. Your priorities are your future. The work that will move your life forward is often the work that is hardest, that requires focus, and that challenges your comfort. When you tackle these tasks first, you build momentum. You gain a psychological advantage because you have faced the day's real challenges and conquered them. Focusing on your most important tasks first also changes your emotional state. There is a satisfaction, a confidence, and a sense of achievement that comes from knowing you have dealt with the day's essential responsibilities. When you do the easy or minor tasks first, you feel busy, but you are not productive. Your energy is spent on things that do not matter. Completing your priorities first creates clarity, reduces stress, and increases your sense of control. You begin to recognize that each action has weight, and that weight contributes to your progress, to your success, and to your personal growth. There is also a simple but powerful principle at play. Your brain rewards completion. When you complete a task that matters, it releases a sense of accomplishment. That feeling motivates you to tackle the next important task. It creates a cycle of productive energy. If you ignore your priorities, you delay this satisfaction. You create a mental backlog that grows heavier with each passing hour. That mental pressure can make the day feel overwhelming, and it can sap your confidence. Writing down your priorities and completing them first is like clearing a path through the chaos. You create space to think clearly, act decisively, and move forward with purpose. Another important aspect is focus. Human attention is limited. If you scatter your energy across too many tasks, nothing gets the attention it deserves. You end up with shallow results and unfinished projects. But when you write down your priorities and commit to completing them first, you focus your attention where it matters. You do not allow minor demands to fragment your day. You understand the power of concentrated effort. Focused action brings results. Random effort brings fatigue. Priorities give direction to your actions and make each moment productive and meaningful. It is also essential to revisit your priorities throughout the day. Life is dynamic, and unexpected events can shift your plans. Checking your list regularly allows you to adjust without losing sight of your most important tasks. It keeps you accountable to yourself. You can see if you are drifting toward distractions or if you are staying on track. This regular check-in strengthens discipline and ensures that you do not let convenience or comfort dictate your day. Your priorities guide you, and your actions reinforce them. Writing down your priorities does more than organize your day. It clarifies your values. When you list what truly matters, you recognize what you care about deeply. It is a reflection of your goals, your aspirations, and your vision for the future. Priorities are not just tasks on paper, they are commitments to yourself and to the life you want to build. Completing them first is a promise kept. It is a statement that you are in control of your time and your future. It is a daily practice that shapes your character and strengthens your resolve. The habit of prioritization also develops self-respect. Every time you tackle a critical task first, you honor your own time. You send a message to yourself that your goals are important. That respect grows over time. It turns into confidence and a belief that you can handle the challenges that life throws at you. People who prioritize and act on their priorities do not wait for motivation to arrive. They create it by taking deliberate action. Motivation follows action, and action follows clarity. Writing down your priorities is the starting point of that clarity. There is also a lesson in timing. Some tasks must be done at specific moments to have maximum impact. If you delay them or get distracted, the opportunity may be lost. Writing down your priorities gives you a timeline. Completing them first ensures you seize the most important opportunities while they are still available. This awareness prevents procrastination and reduces regret. It reinforces the understanding that time is precious and that each day carries consequences for the choices we make. Action without reflection is blind, and reflection without action is empty. Writing down your priorities combines both. You reflect on what is important, and then you act decisively. The physical act of writing engages your mind differently than just thinking. Your brain acknowledges it, your emotions recognize it, and your body prepares to act. This simple practice aligns your mental focus with your physical actions. It bridges intention and execution. It makes success a result of deliberate choices rather than random luck. When you complete your priorities first, you also influence your surroundings. People notice productivity and focus. Others respect your ability to stay disciplined and organized. This creates opportunities for collaboration, mentorship, and advancement. Your focus signals seriousness and competence. Writing down priorities and completing them first is not just about personal success. It sets the tone for how others perceive you and how they interact with you. It is an investment in reputation as well as results. Finally, the emotional benefit cannot be overstated. Life is stressful, and days can feel overwhelming. When you see your priorities clearly and complete them first, you experience relief and calm. Your mind stops racing. You stop feeling guilty for unfinished work. You stop being pulled in multiple directions at once. Each completed priority is a step toward peace of mind. It is evidence that you are capable, disciplined, and in charge. That sense of control builds momentum and encourages you to face bigger challenges with courage. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is not complicated. It does not require hours of planning or sophisticated tools. It requires honesty, discipline, and commitment. It requires deciding what matters most and refusing to let trivial demands dominate your day. Every morning, every hour, every action becomes meaningful when you know what your priorities are. Your future will be shaped by what you do today, and your priorities determine that path. Start each day with clarity, act with purpose, and complete your priorities first. The impact of this practice compounds over time, building results, character, and confidence that last a lifetime. When you make this a habit, you will notice the shift. Days that once felt chaotic become structured. Weeks that once disappeared in distraction become productive. You will experience a growing sense of achievement and self-respect. Your goals will feel closer because you are tackling the actions that matter most. Each completed priority is a milestone. Each focused effort is a foundation for the life you want. Writing down your priorities and completing them first is not just a productivity tool, it is a life strategy that turns ordinary days into extraordinary results. Every successful person has learned this truth. They know that without clarity and decisive action, talent, luck, and opportunity mean very little. Priorities give meaning to effort. They guide the use of your time and energy. They protect you from distractions and trivial demands. They create a framework for growth and achievement. Writing down your priorities and completing them first is a practice that strengthens discipline, sharpens focus, and empowers you to take control of your life. If you are honest with yourself, you will see the difference immediately. Days without written priorities feel chaotic, exhausting, and unproductive. Days with clear priorities feel purposeful, structured, and energizing. The choice is yours. You can allow the day to dictate your actions, or you can dictate the day with clear, deliberate priorities. Completing your most important tasks first builds confidence, reduces stress, and creates momentum. It is a simple habit with profound results. Your future will not be shaped by what you hope to do someday. It will be shaped by what you decide to do today. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is the first step toward mastery of your time, mastery of your actions, and mastery of your life. It is a practical, achievable, and repeatable strategy that anyone can use to take control and produce meaningful results. Your goals are waiting, and your priorities will take you there. Take a moment each morning. Write down the 3 or 5 things that truly matter most. Focus on those before anything else. Protect that time and energy. Say no to distractions and low-value tasks. Each time you complete a priority first, you strengthen your discipline, your confidence, and your ability to act decisively. That single habit, repeated consistently, will transform your productivity and your life. Every day becomes an opportunity to move closer to your vision. Your priorities are the bridge, and your actions build it step by step. The more you practice this habit, the more natural it becomes. Eventually, you will instinctively recognize what matters most. Your mind will filter distractions automatically. Your day will flow with purpose. You will feel satisfaction at the end of each day, because the most important work is done. That feeling motivates you to continue, to tackle new challenges, and to build momentum toward bigger goals. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is simple, yet it has the power to change the trajectory of your life. This practice develops clarity, focus, discipline, confidence, and momentum. It reduces stress, protects your time, and aligns your daily actions with your long-term vision. It connects intention with execution. It empowers you to make meaningful progress and to take control of your life. When you write down your priorities and complete them first, you create a cycle of productivity, satisfaction, and growth. You become the person who acts decisively, achieves consistently, and lives purposefully. Every day is an opportunity to practice this habit. Every action is a chance to reinforce it. Your priorities are the foundation of meaningful productivity. Completing them first ensures that each day contributes to your goals, your growth, and your future success. The habit compounds over time, creating extraordinary results from ordinary days. Writing down your priorities and completing them first is a principle that successful people understand deeply. It is a principle you can apply immediately to change the quality of your life, your energy, and your results. Your priorities are your roadmap. Completing them first is your engine. Together, they move you forward. Every time you act on your most important tasks, you gain clarity, confidence, and momentum. Each completed priority is proof that you are capable, disciplined, and focused. This habit teaches you to value your time, protect your energy, and act with intention. It strengthens your mind, sharpens your focus, and shapes your character. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is not just a task, it is a daily commitment to yourself and your future. Take this principle seriously. Make it non-negotiable. Start every day by writing down what matters most. Protect that time. Complete those tasks first. The habit will transform the way you live, the way you work, and the way you achieve. It creates structure, direction, and control in a world full of distractions. Priorities turn effort into results, intention into action, and plans into progress. Each day becomes a step forward. Each task completed builds confidence, and each prioritized action strengthens your ability to achieve more. The practice of writing down clear priorities and completing them first is a test of discipline. It challenges your focus, your self-control, and your ability to take responsibility. The more consistently you apply it, the stronger you become. Over time, you will notice that your energy is focused, your results are tangible, and your life is moving in the direction you want. This is not luck or chance. It is deliberate action guided by clear priorities. It is a habit that produces extraordinary results when practiced consistently. Your future is built one day at a time. Each day is defined by the choices you make and the actions you take. Writing down your priorities and completing them first ensures that those choices and actions move you toward your goals. It removes doubt, reduces stress, and creates momentum. You gain confidence in your ability to handle challenges. You gain clarity about what matters most. You gain control over your life. This simple habit is a cornerstone of personal success and productivity. Every day presents a series of decisions. Without clear priorities, you react to events and circumstances. With clear priorities, you act with intention and purpose. Completing them first establishes control over your time and focus. It creates a psychological advantage, a sense of accomplishment, and a framework for consistent success. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is not an abstract idea. It is a practical strategy that anyone can use to shape their day, their results, and their future. Your energy is limited, your time is valuable, and your focus is your most important asset. Writing down your priorities and completing them first protects all three. It ensures that the most important work is done. It prevents distractions from eroding your energy. It allows you to focus on meaningful action. When practiced consistently, it becomes a habit that drives results, strengthens character, and creates momentum. Every day becomes purposeful. Every action contributes. Every task completed first moves you closer to your vision. Take action today. Start your morning by writing down the most important things you must accomplish. Focus on those tasks first, before anything else. Resist distractions, resist low-value work, and honor your priorities. Each completed task builds confidence, momentum, and clarity. Over time, this practice compounds, producing results far beyond what you might imagine. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is a habit that transforms ordinary days into extraordinary progress. Every day you practice this, you gain control over your life. You gain confidence in your decisions. You gain clarity about what matters most. Your future is shaped by the actions you take today. Writing down your priorities and completing them first ensures that your energy, focus, and time are invested wisely. It is a habit that creates extraordinary results, strengthens discipline, and empowers you to act decisively. This practice is a simple, achievable, and powerful way to take control of your day and your life. Each day, you prioritize, focus, and act on what matters most. You reinforce your ability to succeed. You prove to yourself that you are capable, disciplined, and determined. You create structure in a world of chaos. You protect your energy, your time, and your focus. You build momentum and confidence that compound over weeks, months, and years. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is the foundation of productivity, achievement, and personal growth. It is a habit that produces results, shapes character, and empowers you to create the life you want. Your life is made up of choices. Each choice shapes your actions, and each action shapes your results. Writing down clear priorities and completing them first is a deliberate choice to control your time and focus. It ensures that the most important work is done first. It creates a sense of accomplishment, clarity, and momentum. It strengthens your ability to act decisively and consistently. Every day you practice this habit, you move closer to your goals, build confidence, and take control of your future. Next, you will see how this practice connects directly with consistent small actions and building real progress in life. Priorities give you clarity, but action transforms clarity into results. When you focus on completing your priorities first, you create a framework that makes taking consistent small actions possible. It is the bridge between intention and achievement. This daily commitment is the key to transforming ordinary effort into extraordinary results. Number 3. Take consistent small actions toward your bigger goals. When we talk about success, too many people think they need a giant leap to get somewhere meaningful. They imagine waking up one day and suddenly achieving everything they have ever wanted. The truth is, real progress does not happen in leaps. Real progress happens in small, consistent steps that you take every single day. You might feel like your actions are too small to matter, but they do. Each choice you make, each effort you put in, even the smallest, compounds over time into results you can see and feel. The key is not to wait for motivation to strike. The key is to act even when you do not feel ready, because small actions create momentum that fuels bigger actions. Every time you take one step, you are reinforcing a habit of growth. Every time you show up for yourself, you are proving that you can depend on yourself. It is easy to underestimate the power of small, consistent actions because they feel insignificant in the moment. You may spend 1 hour working on your goal and feel as though nothing has changed. You may invest a little time learning something new and tell yourself it is not enough. That is a trap. Progress is often invisible at first. It accumulates quietly, but it never fails. Over weeks, months, and years, those small actions become the building blocks of extraordinary results. Imagine writing 1 page of a book every day. It might not feel like much at first, but over a year, you have written hundreds of pages. The same is true for building skills, improving your health, strengthening relationships, or growing your income. The consistency of your small actions is far more important than the size of the action itself. Consistency creates confidence. Every time you follow through with a small step, you train your mind and body to trust your ability to perform. You develop discipline without even realizing it because you are practicing it every day. Small, consistent actions also reduce fear. The bigger the goal, the more intimidating it feels. But when you break it down into small daily steps, the task becomes manageable. It is easier to take action when the path is clear and achievable. You remove the excuse of being overwhelmed, and you replace it with progress. You learn to rely on the steady rhythm of action, and your mind begins to shift. You start believing that your goal is not only possible, it is inevitable if you keep showing up. Let us be honest. Excuses will try to stop you at every turn. You will feel tired, distracted, and unmotivated. Life will demand attention in ways that make your goal feel less important. But this is exactly when small, consistent actions become your greatest weapon. You do not need a perfect plan or the perfect conditions. You only need to act. Every day, pick one thing, even if it is tiny, that moves you toward your goal, and do it without hesitation. It could be sending one email, making one phone call, reading one article, or completing one task that advances your project. The power is not in what the action is, but in the fact that you did it. You are teaching yourself to honor your commitments to yourself, and that is the foundation of lasting success. Another important element is tracking your small actions. When you can see what you have accomplished day by day, it reinforces your momentum. The human brain is wired to respond to progress. Even small wins give you energy and motivation to keep going. This is why some people seem unstoppable. They do not wait for inspiration or opportunity. They move forward every day in small but meaningful ways. By tracking your actions, you also hold yourself accountable. You notice where you slack, and you can correct it quickly. You see what works and what does not. You create a feedback loop that strengthens your ability to achieve. You learn to respect the power of compounding effort in real time, and that knowledge changes how you approach every day. Small, consistent actions also help you navigate uncertainty. Life is unpredictable. Goals can feel far away, and obstacles often appear when you least expect them. Big leaps may fail because they rely on ideal conditions. Small actions are flexible. They allow you to adapt, adjust, and pivot without losing momentum. You can experiment with different strategies without fear of losing everything. When you act in small steps, you keep moving forward regardless of circumstances. You also learn patience. The world does not deliver overnight results, and your dreams will require persistence. Small, consistent actions teach you to embrace the process and to stay committed even when immediate results are invisible. Your emotions will fluctuate as you pursue your goals. You will feel excitement one day and doubt the next. You will feel motivated at times and burned out at others. Small actions provide stability. They keep you moving forward even when feelings are unreliable. You are not relying on temporary emotional highs to get results. You are relying on the habit of action itself. This is the key to building resilience. The person who acts consistently develops confidence in their abilities. They learn that progress is not a matter of luck, inspiration, or perfect timing. It is a matter of showing up. It is a matter of taking the next small step, then the next, then the next. One small action leads to another, and eventually you are standing far beyond where you imagined you could reach. Think about the areas of your life where you want change. Is it your health, your finances, your career, or your personal growth? Each of these areas responds to the same principle. If you take consistent small actions, you move forward. If you fail to act, time passes and your goals drift further away. The problem is not that you are not capable. The problem is often that you do not take enough consistent action. You overestimate what you can do in a day and underestimate what you can do over months and years. Every small effort compounds, and every day you delay, you are falling behind. You have the ability to change this starting today. You have the ability to take one small action and then follow it with another. Every action has a ripple effect. One small task completed often leads to another. One lesson learned opens the door to more understanding. One effort made builds confidence and courage to try again. Small, consistent actions create a chain reaction that transforms your life over time. You are building a future you can feel in the present, and that is powerful. You may not see it immediately, but you will feel it in the way your mindset shifts, in the way your habits strengthen, and in the opportunities that begin to appear. You are preparing yourself for bigger challenges by mastering small steps first. It is also important to celebrate your small victories. They remind you why you are taking action and provide energy to continue. A single completed task, a small improvement, or a tiny success in your progress is worth recognition. When you honor these moments, you strengthen your belief in your ability to succeed. You begin to see yourself as someone who moves forward consistently, no matter the obstacles. You stop waiting for external validation and learn to appreciate your own efforts. Recognition of small wins fuels determination and creates a positive cycle of growth that becomes unstoppable over time. Sometimes the most challenging part of taking consistent action is simply starting. You may feel resistance or uncertainty. The goal may feel distant or unclear. This is normal. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is not that they never feel fear or doubt. The difference is that they act anyway. They take one small step in spite of the discomfort. Action creates clarity. Movement produces understanding. Even when you are unsure, taking action shows you the next step. The path becomes visible only as you walk it. You cannot wait to feel ready. You must act consistently, and readiness will follow as a natural result of your practice. Your long-term success depends on your ability to commit to small actions over time. The journey may not be glamorous or exciting every day. Some days may feel slow or even frustrating, but the person who takes small steps every day will reach the destination because consistency compounds into results that cannot be ignored. You are building skills, character, and resilience, while others are waiting for the perfect moment. You are creating habits that support achievement rather than relying on bursts of effort. Small, consistent actions are not easy. They require discipline, patience, and attention, but they are the most reliable way to reach your bigger goals. Every single person has the same 24 hours each day. What separates those who accomplish great things from those who do not is what they do with those hours. Those who reach their goals consistently choose action over inaction. They break down their dreams into small steps and perform them daily. They create momentum that carries them forward. They do not wait for luck, opportunity, or inspiration. They act in a way that is deliberate and consistent. The compound effect of these actions is extraordinary, and it starts with one step. One step today, another tomorrow, and another the next day. Do not underestimate the value of consistency. Big results are built slowly. Every successful person you admire has built their life through repeated effort, day after day, without fail. They may have faced setbacks, disappointment, and failure, but they continued to act. They refused to let small obstacles stop them. They understood that small actions repeated consistently over time are the engine of achievement. You can apply the same principles starting today. You can take one action toward your bigger goal and follow it with another. You can create a life that grows every day, minute by minute, effort by effort. The key is to stay consistent and never stop. Take a moment to reflect on the difference between waiting and acting. Waiting feels safe, but it leads nowhere. Acting may feel uncomfortable, but it moves you forward. Every day is an opportunity to take a small step toward what matters most. Every small action is a seed planted in the soil of your future. The results may not appear immediately, but they are growing. You are investing in yourself. You are proving to yourself that you are capable of persistence. You are building the foundation for accomplishments that will amaze you in months and years. The habit of small, consistent actions transforms your life quietly and powerfully, and it begins the moment you decide to act. Small, consistent actions also help you develop focus. When your mind is trained to work on your goals a little at a time, you become less distracted by unimportant matters. Your energy is directed toward what truly matters. The noise of the world begins to fade, and your priorities become clear. You understand the difference between what is urgent and what is important. You learn to value the effect of steady progress. You stop worrying about the speed of results and start valuing the direction of your effort. Each small action builds clarity, confidence, and competence in ways that accumulate beyond your imagination. Your ability to achieve depends not on the size of the effort, but on the habit of action. One small effort made every day is more powerful than occasional massive effort. It is more reliable, more sustainable, and more likely to deliver lasting results. You can always take one step, even when life is difficult, and even when circumstances are not perfect. That one step creates momentum, and momentum is the hidden key to success. When you combine momentum with daily consistency, you create an unstoppable force that moves you closer to your bigger goals every day. Number 4. Avoid wasting hours on meaningless and unproductive activities. When you look at the way most people spend their days, it can be shocking. Hours pass, and at the end of the day, there is little to show for the time invested. You scroll endlessly on your phone, watch videos that do not improve your mind, or sit in front of the television letting the hours drift away. These hours are not just gone, they are opportunities lost. Every minute wasted is energy that could have been used to build your skills, relationships, or wealth. The human mind is built for growth, but growth cannot happen when it is fed nonsense. You feel a sense of frustration at the end of the day because deep down you know you could have done more. That awareness is not punishment, it is a call to action. It is the voice reminding you that your life is not waiting for you to wake up to its potential. Think about how much of your day is spent on things that provide temporary pleasure but no lasting value. Social media, chatting without purpose, binge-watching shows that add no insight, or staying busy with work that does not move you toward your goals. These activities make you feel like you are doing something, but in reality, they steal your most precious resource. Time once gone cannot be reclaimed. You can earn more money, but you cannot earn back hours you have allowed to slip away. This is why discipline is not just a good habit, it is a necessary skill. Learning to protect your time is the first step toward building the life you desire. You must recognize that every hour matters and that you cannot afford to surrender it to meaningless activities. Start observing your habits and patterns. Be honest about how you spend your time. Do not lie to yourself about taking a break when in reality you are distracted for hours. Examine how long your social media sessions last. Count the hours you spend on entertainment that leaves no lasting memory or value. Look at your evenings. Are you preparing for tomorrow, or are you exhausted from consuming other people's ideas and energy without producing your own? Awareness alone is powerful. Once you see the problem clearly, you can begin to make small, consistent changes. Begin by cutting the things that drain your energy and replace them with activities that build your life. The transition will not be instantaneous, but the very act of noticing wasted hours is the first victory. Productive hours are created with intention. You must set a structure for your day where every activity has a purpose. This does not mean working non-stop. It means understanding the value of your time and acting accordingly. If you dedicate your morning to learning a skill, the afternoon to creating, and the evening to reflection or planning, your day becomes meaningful. You feel the difference in your energy when your hours are aligned with purpose. The mind feels alive when it is active in ways that challenge and develop it. In contrast, the mind becomes sluggish and restless when filled with trivial distractions. Notice the difference in how you feel after a productive day versus a wasted day. The sense of accomplishment, the lightness in your chest, the confidence in your step, these are all proof that time spent well has power. Avoiding meaningless activities is not about removing joy. It is about choosing the joy that grows you instead of the joy that drains you. Every choice you make with your time is a statement about what you value. You may feel tired or tempted to relax, but there is a difference between rest and passive consumption. Rest rejuvenates your mind and body. Passive consumption steals your energy while pretending to give it. Train yourself to notice the difference. When you sit down to watch something or scroll through content, ask yourself what this gives you. If the answer is nothing that grows your life, stop. Replace that time with reading, learning, connecting with people who elevate you, or creating something that moves you forward. It is easy to justify wasted time. You tell yourself you deserve a break, that tomorrow you will work harder, or that you are exhausted from effort. These are lies the mind tells to keep you in comfort. The truth is that wasting time creates stress and dissatisfaction. Deep down, you know that hours spent without purpose lead to regret. That regret builds silently and erodes your confidence. Avoiding this trap requires commitment and courage. You must confront the reality that every hour you waste is a step away from your potential. You must make a conscious choice to reclaim your time. Begin by structuring your day with clear blocks of purpose. Assign time to activities that grow your skills, strengthen relationships, or improve your health. Even small increments of intentional action accumulate. 1 hour spent learning a new skill each day is far more valuable than 5 hours spent scrolling endlessly. You feel it in your mind and body. Your thoughts become sharper, your energy more focused, and your mood lifts. Every day you protect your hours, you are building momentum. Momentum is powerful because it carries you forward without struggle. Protect your hours, and your life begins to shift in ways that feel effortless. It is important to remember that distractions are everywhere. They are designed to capture your attention and keep you from meaningful work. Phones, notifications, emails, social media, and entertainment all pull at your energy. If you do not set boundaries, your day will disappear without meaningful progress. Protecting your time requires firm boundaries. Turn off notifications. Limit time spent on apps that do not contribute to your growth. Create an environment where focus is rewarded. When you do this, you will notice a sense of liberation. The hours that once disappeared suddenly feel available. You realize that every moment you reclaim is an investment in your future. Wasted time also affects your mental health. Constantly engaging in meaningless activities fills your mind with noise and clutter. You feel anxious, restless, and dissatisfied. The brain thrives on challenges and creation, not passive consumption. When you shift your focus to meaningful actions, your stress decreases and your sense of accomplishment increases. You feel pride in yourself for taking control of your time. This pride is not superficial. It grows from the knowledge that you are acting deliberately to create a better life. You begin to feel more confident, more energized, and more capable. The quality of your thoughts and decisions improves because you are no longer living in reaction to distractions. One of the most powerful ways to stop wasting time is to create a daily ritual that structures your hours. Start with your morning. Begin with a clear plan for the day. Decide what activities will move you closer to your goals and which ones will not. Schedule time for learning, for exercise, for connection, and for creation. Protect these hours fiercely. Treat them as appointments with yourself that cannot be cancelled. When you begin to treat your time as sacred, you notice how differently you respond to distractions. The mind begins to align with purpose. Even small, consistent steps accumulate into major results over time. When you focus on meaningful activities, your sense of time shifts. Hours feel fuller, and your life feels more abundant. You notice the difference in your energy, mood, and mindset. You feel more awake and alive because your actions match your intentions. This alignment brings confidence and satisfaction. You begin to see progress, and progress motivates further action. The hours you once wasted no longer control you. Instead, you control them. You learn that each second has value, and that using it intentionally creates opportunities that were previously invisible. The challenge is not finding time. The challenge is choosing to use it wisely. Everyone has the same 24 hours. The difference between people who succeed and those who do not is how they use these hours. Small, consistent actions compound over time. When you eliminate meaningless activities, you create space for growth. You discover abilities, ideas, and opportunities that were previously blocked by distraction. You feel excitement for the future because your actions are creating real results. You begin to trust yourself more. Trust grows because you see that you are capable of controlling your time and shaping your life. Energy is also affected by how you spend your hours. Time spent on trivial matters drains your energy and leaves you feeling fatigued without reason. Time spent on meaningful tasks energizes you because you are aligned with your goals. The mind thrives on challenge and creation. The body responds positively to activity that matters. You begin to feel a sense of power over your life because your hours are no longer wasted. Each task completed, each skill improved, each step forward is proof that your time is creating value. That feeling is addictive. It motivates you to continue making intentional choices with your time. The key to stopping wasted hours is consistency. One day of disciplined time usage is powerful, but repeated days compound results. Every day you choose meaningful action, your capacity grows, your skills improve, your confidence increases. You develop a reputation with yourself for reliability and discipline. This reputation is important because it becomes part of your identity. You begin to see yourself as someone who uses time wisely, and identity is the foundation for long-term success. When your identity is built on intentional action, wasted hours feel unnatural and uncomfortable. You naturally avoid them because they no longer align with who you are becoming. Do not underestimate the power of small, consistent steps. 5 minutes of focused work each hour adds up. 10 minutes of learning each day transforms knowledge over months. 15 minutes spent organizing tasks produces clarity that saves hours. Every choice counts. Wasted hours slowly add up to wasted years, while small, consistent actions accumulate into extraordinary results. The mind and body respond to consistent activity. Motivation increases, energy rises, confidence grows. Progress builds momentum, and the cycle continues. Protect your hours and watch your life improve without struggle. Time is the most democratic resource. Every person has the same hours in a day. The difference lies in how you use them. Stop giving them away to things that do not serve you. Start making intentional choices. Monitor your time, replace meaningless activities with meaningful ones. Begin to feel the pride, energy, and clarity that comes from using your hours wisely. The sense of purpose and control will change how you live each day. Your mind will become sharper, your actions more deliberate, and your potential more visible. This shift is gradual but powerful. Notice how your body responds when you focus on meaningful activity instead of distractions. You feel lighter. Your thoughts become clearer. You notice solutions more quickly. You experience fewer regrets. The weight of wasted time lifts from your shoulders. You begin to feel alive in a way that passive consumption cannot create. This awareness motivates further action. You begin to notice hours slipping away less frequently because you are aware and intentional. Every action reinforces your capacity to control your life. The impact on your relationships is also significant. When you stop wasting hours, you have more energy and focus for the people who matter. You show up more fully in conversations, in work, and in moments that count. Your presence becomes meaningful because it is intentional. Others notice the difference. They respond positively to the energy and clarity you bring. Your influence grows. You begin to attract people who respect time and action, which further strengthens your path. Meaningful hours create meaningful relationships and opportunities. To truly stop wasting time, you must accept that discipline is a choice. Every time you resist distraction, you are training your mind. Each moment of focused action strengthens your ability to choose wisely in the next moment. This training is not always easy. It is uncomfortable at first because your habits are entrenched. But discomfort is temporary. The results are permanent. The confidence, energy, and progress you gain far outweigh the initial struggle. Your mind will adjust, and focused action will become natural. You will look back and wonder why you ever wasted time at all. Take a look at your life now and ask yourself how much potential is trapped in wasted hours. Realize that you can reclaim those hours by making intentional choices. Begin immediately. Remove distractions. Assign meaning to your time. Notice how it feels to be in control of each hour. Feel the energy and clarity that comes from consistent action. Pay attention to the momentum that builds over days and weeks. Each hour becomes a stepping stone toward your goals. Every second counts, and the way you use it defines the results you see in your life. You may feel fear when you consider changing your habits. Fear of missing comfort, fear of failure, or fear of the unknown. These fears are normal. They are signals that you are moving toward growth. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is action in spite of fear. Each time you choose meaningful activity over distraction, you train yourself to act courageously. Over time, fear loses its power because you have proof that intentional action produces results. You feel stronger, more confident, and more capable each day you act with purpose. Your mind begins to crave action. That matters. Idle hours become uncomfortable because you know they are wasted. Motivation no longer depends on fleeting emotions. It comes from a structured approach to using your time wisely. You feel the difference in your energy and clarity. You notice the results of consistent effort. You begin to enjoy the process of growth, learning, and creation. This sense of engagement replaces boredom and restlessness. You feel alive and capable. Life starts to feel like a series of opportunities you are ready to seize. Time used wisely also affects your self-esteem. When you complete meaningful tasks, learn new skills, or make progress toward your goals, you feel proud. Pride builds confidence. Confidence builds action. Action produces results. Results reinforce the sense of capability. This cycle compounds daily when hours are protected and used intentionally. You feel competent, energized, and motivated. Each day becomes a building block, and life transforms gradually into a reflection of your deliberate effort. The key is to take control now. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Every wasted hour is lost opportunity. Begin by identifying one activity that consumes hours without value. Remove it today. Replace it with one meaningful task. Notice how it feels. The satisfaction, the energy, and the clarity will motivate you to take the next step. Slowly, you will reclaim more hours. Over time, the accumulation of these hours will create extraordinary results. Your life will reflect the sum of the hours you chose to protect and use wisely. Focus on consistency rather than intensity. A single day of productive action is good, but repeated action creates change. Use your time with intention every day. Protect your energy. Avoid meaningless activities. Notice your thoughts and feelings. Align your actions with your goals. Build momentum through small, consistent steps. Celebrate the progress you make in reclaiming hours. Track your days to understand where time is being spent. Awareness, combined with action, produces results that no plan or wish alone can create. The power of time is relentless. It moves whether you act or not. You cannot pause it or save it. Each second is a resource that can be used to create value or lost forever. Recognize this reality. Feel it in your chest. Understand that your life is the sum of seconds used wisely or squandered. Begin to make deliberate choices. Notice the growth in your mind, energy and confidence. Protect your hours from meaningless distractions. Invest in what matters. Every second you save and use intentionally compounds into results that will change your life forever. Your environment matters. Surround yourself with reminders of purpose. Limit access to distractions. Build routines that support meaningful action. Observe your daily patterns. Adjust them to prioritize growth. Protect your mornings, afternoons, and evenings from meaningless consumption. When you organize your day intentionally, the quality of your hours improves. You feel control. You feel satisfaction. You notice progress. The mind adapts quickly to structure and purpose. Each day you invest in meaningful hours, the results multiply. Focus on one day at a time. Avoid worrying about the past wasted hours. Begin now. Take the next hour and dedicate it to something valuable. Feel the difference. Use the energy to tackle a meaningful task. Repeat this process hour by hour. Build a habit of intentional action. The compound effect of these hours creates results that feel effortless after months. You begin to see yourself as someone who controls time, creates value, and lives intentionally. The power to change your life is in the decisions you make now. Do not underestimate small moments. Waiting, idle moments, breaks, or downtime can all be used intentionally. Small actions add up. Read a page of a book, write a sentence toward a goal, or plan your next hour. Each small investment is a seed. Wasted, idle moments are lost seeds. You will notice over time how these small hours create huge differences. Energy, clarity, progress, and momentum grow exponentially. Life feels purposeful because each second is accounted for. Begin today. Evaluate your current habits. Notice wasted hours. Make a plan to reclaim them. Act immediately. Assign meaning to every hour. Observe the change in energy, focus, and confidence. Celebrate each hour used wisely. Each step compounds into extraordinary results. The life you imagine is built 1 hour at a time. Start now. Every second counts, and the moment you realize this is the moment you begin living intentionally. Your mind will thank you, your body will respond. Your energy will increase, your confidence will grow, opportunities will appear because you are aligned with purpose. The world responds to action. People respect discipline. Your habits shape results. Each hour you protect and invest in growth is a step toward a life of achievement and fulfillment. Time is your greatest asset. Guard it, use it wisely. Every second counts. Focus, discipline, awareness, action. Each second you spend intentionally compounds into growth, skill, and results. Notice the feeling of accomplishment as you act instead of drift. Observe the momentum building day by day. The habits you create now define the outcomes in months and years. Protect your hours. Fill them with meaning. Reject distractions. Feel the energy of focus. Experience the pride of completed tasks. Watch your potential grow with each second used intentionally. Every day you have the power to choose how you spend your time. You can drift or you can act. You can waste hours or you can invest them. Every choice is a seed that produces results. Wasted time produces regret and frustration. Purposeful time produces confidence, energy, and progress. Your future is a reflection of your daily choices. You have everything you need to make the choice to act. Begin now. Focus on what matters. Protect your hours. Act with clarity. Use every second intentionally. Every second counts. Number 5. Focus on learning something valuable every single day. Have you ever noticed how quickly the days pass, yet how little we sometimes carry forward from them? Every morning when you wake up, the world is offering you another chance to grow, to sharpen your mind and to add something valuable to your life. Most people treat their days as if they are endless, and then they are surprised when months pass and nothing has changed. But when you focus on learning something valuable every single day, you begin to shift the way your mind sees time and opportunity. Every hour becomes a chance to improve, every conversation becomes a lesson, and every small action contributes to a bigger skill set that will serve you for years. Think about how your mind feels after you've read, listened, or studied something new. There is a clarity that comes, a spark, a sense of forward motion that is impossible to ignore. You feel lighter, more capable, and more connected to what you want to accomplish. Learning is not about filling your head with random facts. It is about giving yourself tools, skills, and insights that can move your life forward today, tomorrow, and next year. You might be tempted to say you are too busy, but the truth is, we all have the same 24 hours, and the choice to dedicate even 30 minutes to real learning can change everything. When you dedicate yourself to learning something valuable every day, you start to notice patterns in life that others miss. You notice the habits of people who succeed. You understand what decisions lead to progress and which ones waste time. Your perspective shifts because your mind is actively growing instead of drifting. It is important to choose learning that matters to your goals. If you want to advance in your career, learn skills that make you more effective. If you want to improve your relationships, study communication and empathy. If you want to grow financially, learn about money, investments, and management. Every day, pick one small thing that adds value, something you can apply immediately. When you take even one concrete lesson and use it the same day, the impact multiplies. You build confidence because you see that your learning has a practical effect. You see results from what you invest in mentally, and that is one of the most motivating feelings you can experience. The beauty of focusing on daily learning is that it compounds. It is like planting seeds in a field that will yield fruit over time. The small knowledge you gather today becomes the foundation for bigger insights tomorrow. You may not notice immediate results, but every step counts. Your memory, your decision-making, and your creativity all improve with consistent learning. Imagine ending every day knowing that you have added something new to your life, something that makes you stronger and wiser than you were yesterday. That feeling alone builds momentum. People who ignore this opportunity often find themselves stuck. They wonder why others seem ahead, why their circumstances feel stagnant while the world moves on. The answer is simple. Those who grow every day, even in small ways, move faster than those who drift. Learning is not limited to books or lectures. You can learn from people, experiences, challenges, and failures. Every interaction is a classroom. If you are paying attention, When you listen actively and observe carefully, you absorb knowledge that can change your decisions. When you encounter problems, take the time to understand why they happened and what you can do differently next time. Life offers practical lessons constantly, and those who ignore them lose more than just time. They lose opportunities to improve their judgment, their patience, and their skill set. Every day offers choices, and the choice to learn something valuable positions you ahead of everyone who chooses comfort, distraction, or ignorance. When you start applying what you learn immediately, the process becomes even more powerful. Knowledge without action is wasted energy. You must turn ideas into habits, theories into practice, and insights into tangible results. For example, if you learn a strategy to manage your time better, implement it today. If you learn a tip to communicate more effectively, use it in your next conversation. When you take immediate action on your learning, your confidence rises because you see that knowledge is not theoretical, it works. That confidence makes it easier to tackle bigger challenges, to take risks, and to continue learning at a faster pace. Every day you learn and apply something, you reinforce a positive cycle that propels you forward, making you unstoppable over time. Focus also on the emotional benefit of daily learning. There is a sense of pride that comes from knowing that your brain is active and growing. You feel a sense of mastery when you understand something that used to confuse you. You feel more capable when you can contribute ideas, solve problems, and make decisions based on solid knowledge. That feeling of competence builds your self-esteem. It also affects how people see you. Others are drawn to someone who is continuously growing, someone who is curious, and someone who brings insights and solutions to the table. Your value in both personal and professional environments rises naturally when you dedicate yourself to learning every day. The habit of learning also protects you against stagnation and fear of change. Life does not remain constant, and those who stop learning often find themselves overwhelmed by shifts in technology, culture, and opportunity. Those who learn daily are adaptable. They understand the trends and see the opportunities before they become obvious. They feel ready to act because they are mentally prepared. Every new skill, piece of knowledge, or insight becomes another tool in your toolkit, and the more tools you have, the better equipped you are to handle challenges and pursue opportunities. This readiness builds confidence and reduces stress. You approach life with a sense of capability rather than fear, and that mindset alone can transform your outcomes over time. Even when life is difficult, focusing on learning something valuable can provide direction and hope. When circumstances feel overwhelming, the act of choosing to invest in yourself is an act of control. It reminds you that no matter the outside situation, you always have power over your own growth. This sense of control reduces anxiety, builds resilience, and strengthens your persistence. You realize that every day is not wasted unless you allow it to be. Every moment can contribute to your skill, your knowledge, and your perspective. And when you carry that understanding consistently, your life changes quietly but powerfully. You are no longer drifting through days waiting for luck. You are actively shaping your life with each decision to learn. Start by setting a specific daily goal for learning. It could be a certain number of pages in a book, a lesson from a course, or a practical exercise. Write it down and track it. Treat learning as an essential part of your day, just like eating or sleeping. When you prioritize it, it becomes natural, and your mind starts craving that input. Over time, you will notice that your thinking is sharper, your memory is stronger, and your problem-solving ability improves. You will start making decisions faster, with more confidence, and with better results. That is the true power of committing to daily learning. You are not just surviving, you are growing in a way that guarantees a better tomorrow. Learning every day also teaches patience and discipline. Growth does not happen overnight. Each piece of knowledge you gain may not have immediate payoff. Some lessons will take months or even years to show their full value, but by committing to daily learning, you practice consistency, patience, and persistence. These qualities are the foundation of success. Every small step forward builds momentum that compounds over time. You may not see the results today, but the knowledge you accumulate will be ready when opportunity strikes. By the time most people notice, you will be far ahead, quietly prepared to take advantage of circumstances that others cannot. In addition to personal growth, daily learning strengthens your influence and impact on others. When you engage with knowledge regularly, your conversations change. You offer solutions, insights, and ideas that inspire action. People begin to trust your perspective because it is informed, thoughtful, and useful. You become someone who adds value in every situation, and that value is recognized and appreciated. The respect you earn through consistent learning opens doors in ways that talent alone cannot. Every bit of learning makes you more capable, more credible, and more powerful in shaping outcomes. Do not underestimate the mental satisfaction that comes from daily learning. The mind craves growth. When you neglect it, you feel restless, frustrated, and bored. When you feed it with valuable lessons, your energy rises. You feel motivated and alive. You notice details, opportunities, and solutions that were invisible before. Your capacity for creativity and innovation expands. You find that challenges that once seemed insurmountable are now manageable because your mind has been strengthened by consistent learning. That is why this practice is not just about acquiring knowledge. It is about creating a mindset that thrives under pressure, embraces change, and drives progress. Finally, understand that learning every day is a choice. You can choose distraction, comfort, or entertainment, or you can choose growth, challenge, and value. Every decision you make determines the quality of your future. By dedicating time each day to something that teaches, stretches, or strengthens you, you are investing in a life that is richer, fuller, and more capable. You are building a future where opportunities are not threats, but chances to succeed. Every second that passes is another chance to learn something valuable, and every moment you ignore is a moment you cannot get back. Choose to make each day count. Focus on learning something valuable every single day, and your life begins to change quietly but steadily. Your skills, your mindset, and your confidence rise. Your perspective expands, and your ability to act effectively grows stronger. Every day when you take in new knowledge, apply it, and reflect on it, you are creating a life where you are in control of your growth. You become more capable, more prepared, and more resilient. The world moves fast, and those who do not take the time to learn daily fall behind. Those who do embrace learning every day position themselves to succeed beyond what they ever imagined. Every single day is a chance to grow, and that choice is entirely in your hands. Number 6. Replace excuses with immediate action on important tasks. Good morning. Today I want to speak to you about a simple but powerful truth that too many people avoid facing. Most of us carry a list of reasons why we cannot start something, why we cannot complete something, and why we cannot move forward in life. These reasons live in our mind as excuses, and they quietly steal our time, our opportunities, and our confidence. You may not even realize how many moments pass you by because you convince yourself that tomorrow is better, that circumstances will change, or that now is not the right time. Every excuse you create is a moment of lost potential. You must understand that time does not wait. The clock continues to tick, whether you act or not. The only way to take control of your life is to replace excuses with immediate action on the things that matter most. You cannot improve your future by reasoning why today is inconvenient. You can only improve your future by doing, by moving, by deciding, and by taking action right now. Excuses feel comfortable at first. They give you a sense of safety. You tell yourself that you cannot work on your goal because you are tired, because you are not ready, because the resources are not perfect. You convince yourself that waiting will produce better results. But in reality, waiting only produces lost time, lost chances, and lost confidence. Every day that you delay, the world moves forward. Opportunities pass by. The person who decides to act today, no matter how small the action, begins to create momentum. Momentum is invisible at first, but it builds quietly and powerfully. You must feel the weight of your excuses. They hold you down, limit your growth, and take pieces of your life without notice. The only way to break free is to act immediately. Let's be practical. Action does not need to be perfect. You do not need to have all the answers. You do not need a flawless plan. The act of starting, even imperfectly, is what separates successful people from those who remain stuck. When you replace excuses with action, you build confidence with every step. Confidence grows when you see yourself making progress. It grows when you realize that your actions, not your reasons, determine your results. Think about a task you have been putting off for days, weeks, or even months. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. The longer you delay, the more your mind invents reasons to avoid it. Now imagine completing that task immediately. Imagine the relief, the satisfaction, and the momentum that follows. That feeling of accomplishment is proof that action beats excuses every single time. You must also understand that excuses are emotional. They come from fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of discomfort. Fear convinces you that doing nothing is safer than doing something. But doing nothing is dangerous, because it guarantees stagnation. Every time you act, you face fear directly. Every time you act, despite fear, you grow stronger. You learn something new. You gain clarity. You create opportunities. Action diminishes fear, because fear thrives in inaction. Fear becomes smaller when you prove to yourself that you are capable of taking the first step. The human mind is wired to exaggerate the consequences of inaction. It paints a picture of doom if you act, but in reality, most of the worst outcomes are preventable, manageable, or simply not as bad as you imagined. Action clears the fog. Action gives you control. You may think that action requires enormous effort or large resources. That is a false belief. Action begins with small, consistent steps. It starts with one decision, one movement, one message, one call, one page written, one task completed. Immediate action is not about being dramatic. It is about choosing to move instead of waiting. When you do this repeatedly, the effect compounds. You build reliability, trust in yourself, and a reputation for getting things done. Every time you act, you gain experience. Every time you act, you create results. Even if small, the results accumulate, and over time they create significant change. You cannot afford to wait for the perfect moment, because perfect moments rarely come. You can only act in the moment you have, and that moment is now. The next step is to identify the tasks in your life that truly matter. These are the activities that push you toward your goals, improve your skills, or increase your opportunities. Many people fill their day with tasks that are urgent but not important. These tasks are easy to justify. They are convenient. They keep you busy while you delay the things that really matter. Immediate action on important tasks is different. It requires clarity about what is essential. It requires courage to prioritize the uncomfortable or difficult tasks over the easy and trivial. But once you act on what truly matters, the effect is profound. You create forward motion in your life. You gain confidence. You start to see your own potential. Your day begins to have purpose. I want you to picture your life a year from now. If you continue allowing excuses to guide your actions, what will you have achieved? How will you feel about the choices you made today? Most likely, you will feel regret. Regret is heavy. It is not easy to carry. It grows quietly, unnoticed, as small moments of inaction pile up. Now imagine a year from now if you replace excuses with immediate action every day. Imagine the satisfaction of completing important tasks. Imagine the growth in your skills, the increase in opportunities, and the self-respect you feel. You will be proud of yourself because you honored your time. You respected your potential. You acted when others waited. The difference between these two futures is the simple choice you make today. Action also produces clarity. When you act, you learn what works and what does not. Excuses keep you in the dark. They create a mental fog. They make tasks seem more complicated and intimidating than they actually are. When you act, you expose the reality. You see the challenges clearly. You understand your strengths. You identify your weaknesses. You gain knowledge that no theory, plan, or preparation can provide. Knowledge gained through action is real and lasting. It builds a foundation that prepares you for larger challenges in the future. Every task you complete immediately is a lesson that strengthens your ability to tackle the next task. Another reason immediate action is essential is that it creates energy. Action energizes the mind and the body. When you finish a task, even a small one, you feel a spark of accomplishment. That spark grows into momentum. Momentum carries you through the rest of the day. Excuses, on the other hand, drain energy. They create anxiety, guilt, and tension. They weigh on you silently. Your mind becomes cluttered with what you should have done and could have done. Action removes the weight. Action creates a sense of freedom. It gives you control over your day and your results. Energy flows naturally when you act consistently on important tasks. We also need to understand that excuses are contagious. If you make a habit of delaying action, people around you notice. They begin to doubt your reliability. They see your hesitation as a reflection of your abilities. If you consistently act, you inspire trust and confidence in others. You build a reputation as someone who delivers. Immediate action is not just about personal success. It is about credibility. It is about being dependable. It is about showing up for yourself and for others. People respect those who act, and opportunities follow those who prove they can execute. Immediate action also strengthens your decision-making. Every time you act quickly on an important task, you exercise your ability to choose wisely under pressure. You learn to weigh options faster and trust your instincts. Excuses slow down decision-making. They create paralysis. They convince you to wait, to overthink, to defer responsibility. Action builds decisiveness. Decisiveness is a skill that grows stronger the more you practice it. When you replace excuses with action, you are training your mind to respond quickly, confidently, and effectively. Decisions that once seemed difficult become easier. You trust your own judgment. You take control of outcomes instead of leaving them to chance. It is also important to recognize that not all action is equal. Immediate action on unimportant tasks may keep you busy, but does not move you toward your goals. You must combine immediacy with focus. Identify the tasks that have the most impact on your life. Take immediate action on those first. Learn to distinguish between what is urgent and what is important. The world is full of distractions. People waste their time on tasks that feel productive but produce no lasting results. If you focus on important tasks and act on them immediately, you set yourself apart from the majority. You create results where others are still planning. Now think about the daily routine of someone who succeeds. They do not wait for inspiration. They do not wait for perfect conditions. They act consistently, often on tasks that others avoid because they seem difficult. They understand that action beats excuses. They understand that action produces clarity, confidence, momentum, and energy. They understand that action creates credibility and strengthens decision-making. They understand that action produces results. Every successful person has this in common. Every moment of delay is replaced by a moment of doing. Every excuse is met with immediate movement. This is a pattern, not a coincidence. You can follow the same pattern starting today. Let's talk about fear again, because fear is the main ingredient in every excuse. Fear makes you believe that waiting is safer than acting. Fear convinces you that you need more time, more knowledge, more energy or more resources before you can start. But fear lies to you. The truth is that starting now with what you have is more powerful than waiting for the perfect conditions. Action diminishes fear. Each step forward proves to your mind that fear is not a barrier. Action produces courage. Courage is built in moments of doing, not moments of waiting. The more you act despite fear, the more your confidence grows. The more your confidence grows, the fewer excuses your mind will allow. You may also experience resistance in your mind. Resistance shows up as thoughts that distract you. Conversations you tell yourself about why something is hard, why it is too much, why it is not your responsibility, or why someone else should do it. Resistance is normal. Everyone experiences it. The key is not to eliminate resistance, but to act in spite of it. Resistance decreases when you move. Resistance grows when you delay. The human mind cannot stay fully committed to action if you allow excuses to lead. Every time you act despite resistance, you create a new habit of reliability and self-discipline. These habits shape the way you think and the way you respond to future challenges. Immediate action also produces learning that is faster than any course or book. When you act, you see outcomes in real time. You get feedback instantly. You understand what works and what does not. You adjust. You improve. You gain skill, confidence, and mastery faster than waiting or overanalyzing. Excuses keep you in theory. Action puts you in reality. Reality is where results are produced. If you want to see real growth, you must act today. You cannot grow in a vacuum of reasoning and justification. Growth comes from results, and results come from action. Finally, I want you to remember that every time you replace an excuse with immediate action, you are reclaiming your life. You are saying to yourself that your time matters. You are saying that your goals matter. You are saying that your potential matters. You are building a future that is controlled by your choices, not by your fears. You are proving to yourself that you can be trusted to show up, to take responsibility, and to act consistently. The small steps you take today compound into a life of achievement, opportunity, and self-respect. Every second counts. Every action counts. Every decision to act now matters more than you realize. Immediate action is your way of investing in yourself, your future, and your success. Number 7. Practice self-discipline by saying no to distractions. Most people do not fail because they lack talent or ability. They fail because they cannot stay focused long enough to use what they already have. Life is full of noise and interruptions. It is full of messages that want your attention and people who want your time. If you do not learn to say no, you will lose yourself in the plans of others. Discipline is not about punishing yourself. Discipline is about protecting your energy, your time, and your attention. Every time you say yes to something unimportant, you say no to something that could change your life. That is the real cost of distraction. The power of discipline is learning how to make that choice in every moment. Think about your own day. You wake up, and before you even stand up from bed, your phone is calling you. A text, a message, a notification. All of them seem small, but they steal your first minutes of the morning. You think it is nothing, but that little delay can shape the whole day. Suddenly, your energy is pulled in 10 different directions. Your focus is scattered, and your goals are no longer in the front of your mind. That is how distraction works. It sneaks in quietly, and then it grows louder until it becomes your normal state. You cannot fight it by wishing it away. You fight it with discipline, with the decision to say no when you must. Discipline is a skill. It is not natural for most of us. It is built with practice, like a muscle. The first time you say no to a distraction, it feels uncomfortable. You feel like you are missing out. You feel the urge to check, to respond, to give in. But if you stay firm, you gain strength. The next time you say no, it is easier. The time after that, easier still. Soon, you begin to value your focus more than the fleeting pleasure of distraction. That is how discipline reshapes your life. Every choice becomes sharper. Every action becomes clearer. You become the kind of person who directs life instead of being directed by it. It is important to understand that saying no is not selfish. It is necessary. If you try to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one. More importantly, you end up disappointing yourself. Discipline means protecting the commitments you made to yourself. If you promised yourself that you would work on a project today, then you keep that promise by saying no to anything that pulls you away. If you promised yourself that you would spend an hour learning, then you keep that promise by refusing to waste that hour on meaningless scrolling. Every time you honor your own word, you grow stronger inside. You build self-trust, and that trust is the foundation of lasting success. Now let me ask you to look at how many hours are lost every week to distractions. The small things seem harmless when they happen. A short call, a quick message, a video that you only plan to watch for a minute, but add them all together, and you find entire days gone. Days that could have been used to build your career, to grow your knowledge, to strengthen your health. Most people do not lose their lives to one big mistake. They lose them to thousands of small distractions that add up to nothing. If you want a different future, you must decide today that your time will not be wasted in pieces. You must guard it with discipline. Discipline does not mean you never rest. Rest is important, but it is different from distraction. Rest is chosen. Rest is planned. Rest rebuilds you. Distraction is uncontrolled. Distraction is unplanned. Distraction weakens you. Discipline allows you to rest when you decide, not when your impulses take over. That is a powerful difference. With discipline, you own your choices. Without discipline, your choices own you. The ability to draw that line is what separates the average from the extraordinary. One of the most practical steps to build discipline is to remove temptation from your space. Do not rely only on willpower. If your phone distracts you, keep it away from your desk while you work. If television distracts you, turn it off and place the remote in another room. If people distract you, communicate your boundaries clearly. Do not expect discipline to appear out of nowhere. Create an environment that supports focus. The easier you make it to do the right thing, the less strength you waste fighting the wrong thing. That is how smart people design their lives. They do not wait for perfect willpower. They build systems that make discipline natural. Another key to saying no is remembering what you are saying yes to. Every distraction you reject is not just a no. It is also a yes to your own vision. It is a yes to your growth. It is a yes to your goals. If you remember this truth, discipline no longer feels like sacrifice. It feels like freedom. It feels like progress. It feels like living with purpose. The pain of saying no fades quickly. The reward of saying yes to your future lasts for years. That is the exchange you are making every single day. People often ask me, how do I stay motivated long enough to stay disciplined? The answer is simple. You will not always feel motivated, but you can always choose discipline. Motivation comes and goes with your mood. Discipline stays because it is a decision. The person who relies only on motivation will quit as soon as the feeling fades. The person who builds discipline continues even when they do not feel like it. That is why discipline beats motivation every time. Discipline carries you through the difficult days when motivation is gone. Let me give you an example of how discipline can change an entire future. Imagine a young man who dreams of starting a business. Every evening he faces a choice. He can scroll on his phone for hours, or he can spend that time learning, planning, and taking steps toward his dream. If he gives in to distraction each night, after a year, he will be in the same place. But if he practices discipline each night, saying no to distraction, after a year, he will have built the foundation of his business. The difference is not talent. The difference is not luck. The difference is discipline. One life ends in regret. The other life begins in success. You can do the same in your own life. You can choose to let distractions control you, or you can choose to control them. The choice is always there, waiting in the small moments. The discipline to say no will never feel easy at first, but it will always feel rewarding in the long run. If you practice it, if you strengthen it, discipline will give you the freedom to focus on what truly matters. And in the end, that freedom is worth more than any distraction you could ever imagine. Number 8. Invest your time in activities that build future success. Most people spend their days reacting instead of creating. They let their time slip away without asking if what they are doing today will add value tomorrow. You must stop and look closely at your life. Ask yourself if the hours you spend are building something that lasts, or if they are only giving you short pleasure that fades quickly. Time is the most limited resource you have. Once it is gone, it will never return. The way you invest your time shapes the future you will live in. If you use it wisely, it pays you back in growth, skills, confidence, and opportunity. If you waste it, you end up with regret and lost chances that can never be replaced. Think about the activities that fill your day right now. Some of them bring comfort, some bring entertainment, some bring distraction, but few of them bring progress. You must learn to separate what feels good from what builds good. Reading for 1 hour today may not give you an immediate thrill, but it builds knowledge that could change your career. Exercising for 30 minutes may feel tiring, but it builds health that protects your energy for years. Working on your ideas may feel slow, but it builds the foundation for success. Every choice is either planting seeds for the future or letting the soil of your life remain empty. The question is whether you are planting wisely or wasting the season. When you look at people who have created lasting success, you notice one clear thing. They invested time in what others ignored. While some people were watching television, they were studying. While some people were scrolling endlessly, they were practicing. While some people were lost in unproductive talk, they were making connections with people who could open doors. The difference between them and the rest is not luck or chance. It is the way they chose to use their hours. They understood that each hour could either vanish forever or be turned into something that pays them back later. That choice is available to you as well, but you must take it seriously. Investing your time does not always feel exciting. Most of the time it feels ordinary. Success is built in the hours that nobody sees. Success is built when you choose to sit down and learn instead of wasting another evening. Success is built when you choose to wake up earlier and work on your dream before the world distracts you. Success is built when you say no to the easy path and yes to the path that challenges you. These choices are not glamorous, but they build a life of strength. The small sacrifices today create freedom tomorrow. The pain of discipline today creates the joy of success later. You need to be clear about the difference between spending time and investing time. Spending time is when you pass the hours without a clear return. Investing time is when you use hours in a way that multiplies their value. Talking with the wrong people is spending time. Talking with people who inspire you is investing time. Watching endless shows is spending time. Reading something that teaches you is investing time. Doing work that has no meaning is spending time. Building a skill that creates opportunity is investing time. Once you see the difference, you must ask yourself daily how much of your life is spent and how much of it is invested. It takes courage to invest your time. Most people want quick rewards. They want comfort now. They want results without effort. But the truth is that future success only comes to those who pay the price in advance. You cannot expect rewards tomorrow if you refuse to invest today. If you want freedom, you must invest hours in building it. If you want wealth, you must invest hours in creating it. If you want influence, you must invest hours in developing yourself. Every goal has a cost, and the currency is your time. The sooner you accept this truth, the sooner you take control of your future. Look at the way young people spend their evenings. Many of them are lost in distraction. They live in a cycle of entertainment and temporary pleasure. Years later, they look back and wonder why they are stuck. Then you find another group. They spend those same evenings learning skills, building networks, and growing their vision. Years later, they are leaders, creators, and examples. The difference is not in their intelligence. The difference is not in their background. The difference is in how they invested their hours. Your own future will be shaped by the same principle. Every time you choose to invest your time in the right activity, you build momentum. The first day may feel small. The second day may feel the same. But as days add up, you see progress. Progress builds confidence. Confidence builds more action. Soon, the future that once seemed impossible starts to feel within reach. That is the power of investing your hours. It compounds. It multiplies. It grows beyond what you imagined at the start. This is why you must never underestimate the value of 1 hour invested daily. It may look small, but over years it becomes extraordinary. You may wonder where to begin. The answer is simple. Begin with activities that add value to your mind, your body, and your skills. Read something that teaches you. Exercise to strengthen yourself. Practice a skill that improves your career. Connect with people who push you forward. These are the areas where time gives the greatest return. Every minute in these areas is a seed that grows into opportunity, health, and wisdom. If you are unsure of what to cut, look at what drains you without giving anything back. Reduce that. Replace it with something that builds. That is how you shift from wasting time to investing time. Understand also that investing your time requires patience. You will not see results instantly. You will not feel successful right away. The progress is often invisible in the beginning. But do not mistake silence for failure. Just as seeds take time to grow beneath the soil before you see them above, your effort takes time to show its results. Stay consistent. Stay focused. Keep investing. The day will come when the results are undeniable. By then, the people who wasted their hours will wish they had started when you did. And you will be living in the future that you created by wise investment of time. You must treat your time with the same respect you would give to money. Imagine giving away your money carelessly to things that have no return. You would not do it. Yet many people give away their time every day without thought. They spend hours in places that drain them, conversations that weaken them, and activities that distract them. They wake up later wondering why life feels empty. You cannot live like that and expect success. Guard your hours. Use them with purpose. Ask every day if what you are doing is moving you closer to your goals. That simple question can transform the way you live. The truth is, success is not built by huge actions once in a while. Success is built by investing time in the right actions every day. One book may not change your life, but reading daily will. One workout may not change your body, but exercising daily will. 1 hour of focused work may not change your career, but repeating it daily will. This is the discipline of investment. It is the difference between temporary effort and lasting commitment. The person who learns this lesson will always move forward, even when the progress feels slow. You do not have to be perfect in this process. You only have to be intentional. There will be days when you slip. There will be moments when you waste time. Do not let them stop you. Return quickly to the path of investment. Choose again to use your hours wisely. The more you practice, the stronger you become. Over time, investing your time becomes natural. It becomes who you are. You no longer fight distraction every second because your habits are aligned with your goals. That is when life begins to change in a lasting way. You are not just passing through time. You are shaping your future with it. Each second is either building the life you want or moving you further from it. That is the real truth behind success. It is not found in luck or chance. It is found in the quiet, consistent investment of hours into things that matter. Decide today to be one of the few who take this seriously. Decide to invest your time in a way that your future self will thank you for. That decision alone could be the most valuable investment you ever make. Number 9, take care of your health to protect future energy. Every morning you wake up, your body gives you the energy to live your day. You use it to work, to think, to move, to create, and to build. Yet many people live as if their health will always be there no matter how they treat it. They ignore the signals their body gives. They push through with poor food, lack of sleep, and endless stress. They tell themselves they will fix it later, but later never comes. The truth is that your health is not something you can ignore without cost. If you neglect it today, you pay the price tomorrow in weakness, sickness, and lost energy. Without health, all the success in the world feels empty because you will not have the strength to enjoy it. Think about how many people chase wealth and recognition while destroying their health along the way. They push their bodies with no rest. They fuel themselves with junk. They sit for hours without movement. They treat sleep as wasted time instead of necessary recovery. They tell themselves they are working for the future, but they forget that the future demands energy. If you want to enjoy success when it comes, you must protect your body now. You must give it the care it deserves. You must see health as the foundation for everything else you want to achieve. Your body is the tool that carries you through life. It allows you to dream, to act, and to achieve. When you feed it with good food, it rewards you with energy. When you train it with exercise, it rewards you with strength. When you give it sleep, it rewards you with clarity. These rewards are not instant gifts, but consistent returns. You may not feel the difference after one healthy meal or one workout, but over time, your body begins to change. You feel lighter, you think clearer, you act faster, you recover quicker. That is the power of small daily choices to care for your health. Most people underestimate how much energy matters. They think success only requires hard work and talent. But without energy, talent fades. Without energy, effort weakens. Without energy, your goals remain dreams, because your body cannot carry you toward them. That is why you must protect your energy like treasure. Every choice you make about food, movement, rest and stress either adds to your energy or steals from it. Every day is a chance to add deposits or make withdrawals. The balance you create will decide whether you live with strength or with struggle. Look at the way your body responds when you ignore it. Eat too much junk food and you feel heavy. Sleep too little and your mind feels foggy. Sit too long and your muscles grow weak. Stress too often and your body breaks down. These are signals and you must learn to listen. Many people ignore the signals until they become warnings. They wait until sickness forces them to stop. They wait until pain becomes unbearable. By then, the cost is high. But you do not need to wait until that moment. You can act now when your body still has the chance to recover, rebuild and strengthen. Caring for your health is not about perfection. It is about progress. You do not need to eat perfectly every day. You do not need to train like an athlete. You do not need to live without stress. What you need is balance. What you need is consistency. Start by adding more fruits and vegetables to your meals. Start by walking instead of always sitting. Start by walking instead of always sitting. Start by sleeping 1 more hour instead of scrolling into the night. These changes may look small, but they are powerful investments. Each one adds energy to your future. Each one keeps your body strong for the years ahead. When you think about success, picture yourself years from now. Do you want to be a person with money but no strength to enjoy it? Do you want to be someone who reached goals but lost their health along the way? Or do you want to be a person who built wealth, influence and dreams while still having the energy to live fully? The answer is clear, but the path requires action today. The way you care for your body now decides the kind of life you will live later. Every choice of food, movement and rest is shaping your future self. Health is also about mental energy. Your mind is connected to your body. When your body is weak, your thoughts are clouded. When your body is strong, your thoughts are sharp. That is why exercise is more than just physical. It clears stress. It sharpens focus. It builds confidence. When you sweat, you release more than energy. You release tension and doubt. When you eat clean, you are not only fueling muscles, you are fueling focus, patience and clarity. That is why caring for your health gives you more than physical strength. It gives you the emotional power to face challenges. You cannot trade your health for temporary rewards without losing long-term success. Many people work long hours and sacrifice sleep in the name of ambition. They tell themselves they will rest after they reach their goal. But when that goal arrives, their body is broken, their mind is exhausted, and their spirit is weak. Success without health is a silent prison. You cannot enjoy your wealth if you are lying in a hospital bed. You cannot enjoy your freedom if you have no energy to move. That is why you must protect your health before anything else. Think of the people you admire most. Many of them have strong health because they know the connection between energy and performance. Leaders cannot lead if they are always tired. Creators cannot create if their minds are foggy. Builders cannot build if their bodies are weak. They train their bodies not just for looks, but for function. They care for their health, not out of vanity, but out of necessity. If you want to live at your best, you must do the same. Success and health are not separate. They are partners. One fuels the other. Your daily routine is the key. The way you begin and end your day shapes your health. Start your day with water to refresh your body. Start with movement to wake your muscles. Start with good food to fuel your energy. End your day with enough sleep to recover. These small habits, repeated daily, create a powerful shield for your health. They protect your energy, your focus, and your strength. You may not see the results in 1 week, but give it months and years, and you will live with energy that others only wish they had. Taking care of your health is also an act of responsibility. The people who love you depend on your energy. They need you strong, not broken. They need you present, not sick. When you care for your health, you are not only helping yourself, you are giving the best version of yourself to your family, your friends, your work, and your goals. You are building a future where you can still play with your children, still walk with strength, still think with clarity. That is why caring for your health is not selfish. It is one of the greatest gifts you can give to others. You must stop waiting for a perfect time to start. There will never be a perfect day to take care of your body. You must act now. Drink more water today. Move your body today. Sleep earlier today. Replace one unhealthy choice with a healthy one today. Each step builds momentum. Each step creates change. Soon, the actions that once felt hard become natural. Soon, your energy grows. Soon, you look back and realize you are stronger, clearer, and happier. That is the power of small steps in health. They multiply into a life of energy. Your body is the only place you live in. You cannot exchange it for a new one when it breaks. You cannot trade it in for a stronger version later. What you have is what you must protect. This truth should give you urgency. Do not treat your body carelessly. Do not wait until pain forces you to care. Start now with gratitude for the health you still have. Use that gratitude to fuel action. Every meal, every movement, every hour of rest is a chance to say yes to life and no to weakness. Protect your health today, and your future will thank you for it. Number 10. Build meaningful habits that align with your long-term vision. Every day you wake up, your actions begin to shape who you are becoming. What you do each day may look small, but repeated over time it forms your future. Many people dream of a better life, but they never build the habits that match those dreams. They want health, but choose junk food. They want success, but waste time. They want growth, but never read or learn. A dream without habits that support it will remain distant. If you want to live the life you imagine, you must build habits that align with your long-term vision. Think about the power of repetition in your daily choices. The food you eat once does not matter, but the food you eat daily creates your body. The money you save once does not matter, but the money you save daily builds your wealth. The knowledge you gain once does not matter, but the knowledge you collect daily builds your wisdom. This is why habits are the hidden builders of your future. They work silently day after day, shaping your strength, your character, your wealth, and your opportunities. Your vision can only live if your habits feed it. Many people underestimate the influence of habits because they seem ordinary. Waking up early, exercising, reading, saving money, or writing goals look simple. But simple, repeated daily, is powerful. Every time you repeat a habit that serves your vision, you are carving a new path for your life. You are creating automatic success. You are training your body and mind to work in your favor instead of against you. Habits remove the need for constant motivation. They create momentum that carries you forward even when you feel tired. Building meaningful habits requires clarity about your vision. You cannot build strong habits if you do not know what kind of future you want. If your vision is to be healthy, your habits must include movement and good food. If your vision is to be wealthy, your habits must include saving and investing. If your vision is to be wise, your habits must include reading and reflection. If your vision is to be influential, your habits must include learning to communicate with strength. Your habits are the daily proof of your vision. Without them, your vision is only words. Creating new habits is not about perfection, but about persistence. At the start, new habits feel uncomfortable because your mind loves routine. It resists change. But every time you repeat the action, you train your mind to accept it as normal. Soon, what once felt strange becomes natural. This is how you build habits that last. You cannot expect results after 1 week. You must stay consistent long enough for the habit to take root. Once it becomes part of you, it no longer feels like effort. It feels like life. You must also replace harmful habits with helpful ones. Every bad habit steals from your vision. Every cigarette steals from your health. Every wasted hour steals from your progress. Every unhealthy meal steals from your energy. Every negative thought steals from your confidence. You cannot simply remove these habits by willpower alone. You must replace them with habits that give instead of take. Replace smoking with walking. Replace wasting time with reading. Replace fast food with cooking. Replace complaining with gratitude. Over time, the new habits push out the old. Habits also shape how you think. The way you start your morning is a habit of thought. The way you react to stress is a habit of thought. The way you talk to yourself is a habit of thought. If your thoughts are negative, they will shape a negative life. If your thoughts are positive, they will shape a positive life. You must train your thoughts just like you train your body. You must create mental habits that align with your vision. Speak hope. Speak strength. Speak possibility. These mental habits protect your vision when challenges come. Your environment plays a strong role in habits. If you want to build habits that align with your vision, you must shape your surroundings. Keep books near you if you want to read. Keep water close if you want to drink more. Keep healthy food available if you want to eat well. Keep distractions away if you want to focus. Your environment can either make good habits easy or make bad habits tempting. Take control of your space so it supports your future instead of stealing from it. Habits are built not only by what you do, but also by what you avoid. Discipline is the skill of saying no to actions that do not serve your vision. It is easy to get pulled into distractions, comfort, or unhealthy routines, but discipline is the shield that protects your habits. When you say no to what does not matter, you create space to say yes to what does. Every no to distraction is a yes to focus. Every no to junk is a yes to health. Every no to laziness is a yes to growth. Tracking your habits helps you stay accountable. What you measure improves. If you want to build meaningful habits, keep record of your progress. Mark the days you read. Record the times you exercise. Track the money you save. Tracking gives you proof of growth. It also keeps you honest. Many people think they are consistent, but when they measure, they see the truth. Numbers do not lie. Progress recorded is progress strengthened. When you see your progress, your motivation grows. Habits are also built through patience. Many people give up too soon because they expect quick results. They want their body to change after a few workouts. They want their finances to grow after saving a little. They want their mind to sharpen after reading a few pages. But results take time. Habits are not about quick rewards. They are about long-term gain. You must plant the seeds daily and trust that growth will come. Your vision is a long journey, and your habits are the steps that take you there. Your identity is shaped by your habits. Every time you act, you cast a vote for the type of person you are becoming. If you work out daily, you are casting votes for being a healthy person. If you read daily, you are casting votes for being a wise person. If you save daily, you are casting votes for being a responsible person. Over time, these votes add up, and your identity strengthens. You begin to see yourself as the person who lives the vision. When your identity aligns with your vision, success becomes natural. Habits also build confidence. When you follow through with your habits, you prove to yourself that you can be trusted. You no longer depend on motivation alone. You trust your own discipline. You know you will act even when you do not feel like it. This trust in yourself creates confidence. You become unshakable because you know your habits will carry you forward. Every completed habit is a promise kept. Every promise kept strengthens your belief in yourself. Your future depends on what you do today. Every small habit is a piece of the puzzle. You may not see the picture right away, but the pieces matter. If you want a future of freedom, start with habits of discipline. If you want a future of health, start with habits of care. If you want a future of wealth, start with habits of saving. If you want a future of wisdom, start with habits of learning. Your habits are your future written in daily action. Building meaningful habits requires commitment. It requires a decision to act today, tomorrow, and the next day. It requires the strength to start again when you fall. It requires the patience to wait for results. But the reward is worth it. A life built on habits that align with vision is a life of direction, growth, and fulfillment. You no longer drift. You no longer hope. You build. You grow. You succeed. Habits are not just routines, they are the builders of your future. Number 11. Use today's failures as lessons for tomorrow's growth. Every one of us has faced failure. It is not something we can avoid, no matter how careful we are. Sometimes it arrives quietly, other times it hits hard, shaking our confidence and testing our patience. You feel the weight of it pressing down on your shoulders. You hear the echo of your mistakes in your own mind. Your emotions swirl with frustration, disappointment, and doubt. But it is in these moments, when failure feels heavy, that the greatest opportunity for growth exists. Failure is not the end. It is a signpost pointing you toward learning. You cannot move forward without it, and you cannot grow without first stumbling. Failure becomes powerful when you take responsibility for it. It is easy to blame circumstances, other people, or bad luck. But doing that keeps you stuck in a loop of helplessness. The moment you look at your own actions and choices, you gain control. You see where you could have acted differently, where preparation was lacking, or where your mindset limited your efforts. This awareness is the fuel for tomorrow. Each failure holds clues about what you need to change and what you need to improve. When you focus on the lesson, the sting of failure becomes a teacher guiding you forward. It is important to observe failure carefully. Do not rush past it. Sit with it long enough to understand it. Notice the exact decisions, actions, or inactions that led to the result. Notice the feelings that accompanied it. Notice how your body reacts when you recall the failure. This awareness is vital because it allows you to see patterns that repeat. Many people fail in the same ways repeatedly because they never study their mistakes. Awareness transforms failure from a blind force into a map for improvement. Every detail you observe becomes a tool for your next step. Learning from failure also requires patience. Growth does not happen instantly. You may fail at a goal and immediately feel like you have lost all progress, but each failure contains layers of lessons that reveal themselves over time. You must revisit failures, reflect on them, and adapt your strategies. Patience allows you to see beyond the initial disappointment and notice the hidden benefits. Over time, you begin to see how each failure sharpened your skills, built resilience, and clarified your vision. Patience turns painful experiences into lasting advantages. Another essential step is applying the lessons immediately. It is not enough to analyze a failure once or twice and move on. You must take deliberate action to correct the mistakes and strengthen weak points. This might mean adjusting your approach, seeking new knowledge, or practicing a skill more consistently. Every lesson from failure is wasted unless it is put into practice. When you apply what you have learned, your next attempts become smarter and more effective. Action turns insights into results. Failure also builds emotional strength. When you experience a setback, you feel disappointment, sadness, and even fear. Each time you face these feelings and continue forward, you strengthen your emotional resilience. You train your mind to withstand discomfort and uncertainty. This resilience becomes a cornerstone of long-term success. People who avoid failure also avoid growth. Those who embrace failure learn to manage emotions, face challenges, and maintain focus under pressure. Emotional strength gained through failure is a powerful advantage in every area of life. Sharing your failures can also amplify learning. Talking openly about setbacks with trusted mentors, friends, or colleagues allows you to see perspectives you may have missed. They can offer advice, feedback, or alternative solutions. Sometimes, failure reveals opportunities for collaboration or improvement that you could not have noticed alone. By discussing failures, you also normalize them. You reduce the fear associated with mistakes, which encourages risk-taking and innovation. Growth is accelerated when failure becomes a shared learning experience. Your mindset toward failure determines how much it benefits you. A fixed mindset sees failure as a verdict, a permanent limitation. A growth mindset sees failure as information, a chance to improve. When you embrace a growth mindset, each mistake is a step toward mastery. You approach challenges with curiosity instead of fear. You ask, "What can I learn from this?" instead of "Why did this happen to me?" Mindset transforms failure from a threat into an opportunity, turning difficult experiences into valuable lessons. It is also essential to separate your identity from your failures. You are not a failure because you failed. You are a person learning through failure. Many people internalize mistakes and carry unnecessary shame or self-doubt. This blocks progress and lowers confidence. Recognize that failure is an event, not a label. Your worth and potential are not diminished by setbacks. By separating who you are from what happened, you maintain the energy and courage to try again. You protect your spirit while improving your actions. Documenting failures can deepen understanding. Writing down what went wrong, why it happened, and what you would do differently creates a tangible record for reflection. Over time, reviewing past failures reveals patterns, progress, and areas still needing attention. Journaling also allows for clarity. Often, thoughts and emotions cloud understanding in the moment. Writing slows the mind and captures details you might otherwise forget. When you revisit these notes, they become a blueprint for smarter actions tomorrow. Celebrating small lessons from failure reinforces learning. Every time you identify something new from a setback, acknowledge it. This creates a positive association with failure, reducing fear and resistance. Instead of seeing mistakes as punishment, you begin to see them as growth moments. Each insight, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goals. Positive reinforcement encourages persistence and builds confidence in your ability to improve. It is also critical to keep moving forward despite failures. Analysis and reflection are essential, but they must be paired with action. Some people study failures endlessly, but never act again because fear paralyzes them. Growth happens in motion. You must take the lessons learned and immediately implement them in the next attempt. Action creates momentum. Momentum builds confidence. Confidence fuels further action. This cycle transforms failure into forward progress. Failure often uncovers hidden strengths. When you fail, you are forced to confront challenges that reveal patience, creativity, courage, and resilience. You discover that you are capable of handling discomfort and finding solutions. These strengths might have remained unnoticed if you had avoided difficulty. Every time you embrace failure as a lesson, you expand your capacity for future challenges. You become stronger, wiser, and more adaptable. Learning from failure requires honesty. You must be willing to look at your actions without excuse or denial. It is uncomfortable, and it requires courage. Avoiding the truth only guarantees repeated mistakes. Honest reflection allows you to identify weaknesses, correct them, and strengthen habits. This honesty builds integrity within yourself. It allows you to trust your judgment and decisions, knowing they are informed by real experiences and lessons learned. Failure is also a teacher in creativity. When one approach fails, you are forced to explore alternative strategies. You begin to think outside of what has worked before. You develop problem-solving skills and innovative thinking. The lessons from failure often lead to breakthroughs that would never have been discovered otherwise. Challenges push you to adapt and invent. Every failure nudges you closer to solutions that are smarter, more efficient, and more effective than what you initially attempted. Persistence is the companion of lessons learned from failure. You will fail again, and you will make mistakes even after improvement. But each time, the key is to persist. Do not allow repeated failures to demoralize you. Treat them as feedback. Adjust. Act again. Persist with determination. Growth is rarely linear, but persistence ensures that every misstep moves you closer to mastery. Every action counts, even when results are not immediate. Failures teach patience and timing. Sometimes you fail because the timing was off, or the circumstances were not ideal. Recognizing this allows you to plan better for the future. You begin to understand that success is not only about effort, but also about aligning effort with the right conditions. You learn to wait, prepare, and act strategically. Patience learned through failure develops judgment, timing, and foresight that success alone cannot teach. Failure sharpens focus. When something goes wrong, it highlights what truly matters. Distractions, wasted effort, and unfocused energy become obvious. You learn to direct attention toward the actions that produce results. Lessons from failure help prioritize efforts and resources, removing wasted motion. Focused action leads to faster growth, stronger results, and a more meaningful path toward your goals. Reflecting on failures daily strengthens self-awareness. When you regularly assess your mistakes, your awareness of your strengths, weaknesses, tendencies, and habits improves. This clarity allows you to make better decisions, avoid repeating the same errors, and capitalize on your natural abilities. Self-awareness is one of the most valuable outcomes of studying failure because it improves every action you take moving forward. Failure teaches humility. When you fall, you realize that you are not perfect. You learn to respect effort, patience, and preparation. Humility allows you to accept feedback, ask for help, and grow without arrogance. It grounds your mindset in reality while keeping your ambitions high. People who learn from failure understand that improvement is constant and that growth is a journey rather than a destination. Finally, viewing failure as a daily teacher creates a mindset of opportunity. Each setback becomes a chance to become stronger, smarter, and more capable. You start seeing challenges as invitations to grow. You start valuing the lessons hidden in discomfort and disappointment. You begin to anticipate failure, not as something to fear, but as a natural part of learning. When you approach life this way, every experience, success or failure, becomes meaningful. Failure is not a roadblock. It is a compass guiding your journey. Each mistake contains knowledge. Each misstep contains strategy. Each disappointment contains insight. When you study it, apply it, and move forward, failure becomes the engine of growth. Your capacity increases, your wisdom expands, and your strength deepens. Use today's failures as lessons, and your tomorrow becomes richer, stronger, and more successful than you imagined. Number 13. Connect with people who inspire and push you forward. When you think about the people you spend most of your time with, think carefully about the influence they have on you. People shape our thoughts, our habits, and even our energy without us always realizing it. If you surround yourself with individuals who complain, who procrastinate, or who settle for mediocrity, it becomes easy to adopt those same attitudes. On the other hand, connecting with people who are motivated, disciplined, and ambitious can lift you higher than you ever imagined. These are the people who challenge you, who see potential in you even when you doubt it, and who push you to become a better version of yourself. They don't just talk about possibilities, they take action every day, and their example encourages you to do the same. Being around them stimulates your mind, energizes your spirit, and sharpens your focus. It is not enough to simply know successful people or admire them from a distance. Real growth comes when you build genuine relationships with those who inspire you. When you share your ideas, your goals, and your struggles with them, you create an environment of accountability and support. They ask the hard questions that make you think deeper. They provide honest feedback even when it is uncomfortable. They celebrate your wins, no matter how small, and they encourage you to push past fear and hesitation. Think about how much faster you can move toward your goals when you are surrounded by people who hold themselves to high standards and expect the same from you. The energy you absorb from them multiplies your own motivation and helps you act consistently. Connecting with the right people also challenges your mindset. They introduce you to new ideas, new strategies, and new ways of thinking. You begin to notice opportunities you would have overlooked alone. Their perspective stretches your imagination and expands your capacity for growth. You feel their confidence, their determination, and their resilience, and you start to adopt those traits naturally. When you spend time with individuals who are disciplined, who read, who plan, and who take daily action toward their dreams, you are forced to evaluate your own habits. This self-awareness becomes the starting point for meaningful change. You begin to identify the gaps between who you are and who you want to become. There is a clear difference between simply being in a group and truly connecting with people who drive you forward. Many people fill their social life with entertainment, idle chatter, and temporary distractions. But if you want to grow, you need conversations that spark your mind and challenge your comfort zone. Ask questions that dig deeper. Listen actively and absorb the lessons they share. Observe how they handle failure and setbacks. Notice the consistency in their daily actions and the way they approach problems. This awareness will show you what is possible and create a roadmap for your own improvement. You learn faster, you make fewer mistakes, and you build the confidence to pursue larger goals. It is also important to be intentional about the networks you build. This does not mean you have to abandon old friends or isolate yourself from others. It simply means you prioritize relationships that help you grow. Seek out mentors who have achieved what you want to achieve. Surround yourself with peers who are on a similar path and committed to personal development. Attend events, workshops, or group activities where motivated individuals gather. These connections are not accidental. They require effort and consistency. Reaching out, showing genuine interest, and offering value in return strengthens these bonds. The more you invest in these relationships, the more they will invest in you, creating a cycle of mutual growth. Emotional intelligence plays a huge role in how effective these connections are. You must be open to learning and willing to listen without judgment. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is the bridge to authentic connection. Share your struggles, your doubts, and your aspirations with honesty. This transparency invites trust and deepens the bond between you and the people who inspire you. They will see your potential, support your growth, and push you toward action that matters. At the same time, observe how they handle challenges and success. You absorb their behaviors, their mindset, and their strategies. This subtle influence changes the way you respond to obstacles, decisions, and opportunities. Time is one of the most valuable resources you have, and spending it with the right people accelerates your progress. Notice how your energy shifts after interacting with someone inspiring. You leave conversations feeling motivated, clear-headed, and determined. You begin to act on goals you have delayed for months or even years. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to refine your focus. This is why choosing your circle carefully is not optional, it is a necessity. The habits, mindset, and energy of those around you either lift you up or hold you back. When you connect with people who are driven, disciplined, and positive, you adopt the same traits more naturally, and your results begin to reflect that influence. It is equally important to contribute to these relationships. Growth is not a one-way street. When you bring value, encouragement, and support to others, you strengthen the bond and reinforce your own development. Share what you know, celebrate their progress, and offer help when needed. These actions create trust, respect, and loyalty. The people who inspire you will remember your commitment, and that reciprocity becomes a powerful engine for mutual advancement. You are not just taking from them, you are giving back, which deepens the connection and ensures that the relationship remains strong, productive, and sustainable over time. Persistence and patience are key when building these relationships. Growth does not happen overnight. It is the result of consistent interaction, observation, and learning over months and years. Some of the most impactful mentors and peers you will meet may not seem significant at first, but over time, the cumulative effect of their guidance and influence becomes undeniable. Pay attention to their daily habits, how they manage their time, and the principles they live by. These observations shape your own choices. Be patient with your progress, while remaining relentless in your pursuit of connection with people who elevate your potential. Another important aspect is courage. It takes courage to approach someone you admire, to ask meaningful questions, and to be honest about your own challenges. It takes courage to step out of comfort zones and immerse yourself in circles that push you toward growth. But courage pays off. By initiating these connections, you expose yourself to knowledge, experience, and support that you would never gain alone. The discomfort you feel is temporary, but the benefits you receive last a lifetime. Every time you push past hesitation and invest in meaningful relationships, you increase your chances of achieving your goals and living a life of purpose and fulfillment. In order to make this actionable, start small. Identify 1 or 2 people who inspire you, whether in your personal life or your professional environment. Reach out to them with sincerity, ask questions, offer value, and be consistent in following up. Schedule time to meet, have conversations, or simply listen and observe. Over time, expand your network strategically by attending events, joining groups, or seeking mentors online or locally. Every connection you build should have purpose. Focus on depth rather than breadth. Deep relationships with a few inspiring individuals will transform your mindset, your habits, and your results more than dozens of shallow interactions ever could. Observe how the right people respond to setbacks and failures. They do not dwell on mistakes or waste time on excuses. They assess, learn, and act quickly to improve. This attitude becomes contagious when you spend time with individuals who respond to challenges with calm determination and smart action. You begin to adopt the same approach naturally. You start to see failures as temporary obstacles rather than permanent defeats. You learn to detach from negative emotions and maintain focus on the solution. Their influence strengthens your resilience and helps you take more consistent action toward your goals. It is also essential to notice the small behaviors that make a difference. People who inspire you do not just perform big actions, they cultivate small daily habits that compound over time. They read, they plan, they follow through, and they communicate effectively. These small behaviors might seem ordinary, but they create extraordinary results when practiced consistently. Observing and emulating these habits allows you to make incremental improvements in your own life. Each day, by incorporating a single positive behavior from someone you admire, you grow stronger, more disciplined, and more focused on the outcomes that matter most. Energy and attitude are contagious. If you spend time with people who are negative, distracted, or unmotivated, you will feel the impact. Your own mindset will dim, and your productivity will decline. On the other hand, when you engage with people who are passionate, disciplined, and optimistic, you feel a surge of motivation and clarity. You notice the possibilities in every situation. You feel inspired to act on opportunities that you might have ignored. Your mood improves, your focus sharpens, and your determination to achieve increases dramatically. This is why choosing your circle is as important as choosing your own goals. Finally, keep in mind that connecting with inspiring people is not just about receiving. It is about growth through interaction. Your mindset, your habits, and your results are influenced by the energy, knowledge, and example of the people around you. The longer you invest in these relationships, the more automatic these positive influences become. Your perspective broadens, your actions become consistent, and your confidence grows. You begin to achieve results you once thought were out of reach. The relationships you build today can define the trajectory of your personal and professional life for decades. Now is the time to make a conscious choice. Seek out those who challenge you, encourage you, and hold you accountable. Invest in these relationships daily. Be consistent in showing up, listening, learning, and contributing. Notice the influence, absorb the lessons, and apply them immediately. These connections will accelerate your growth, sharpen your focus, and expand your opportunities. Every second you spend with the right people adds value to your life. Every interaction has the potential to push you closer to the goals you have been dreaming about for years. Number 14. Finish what you start to build unshakable confidence. When you look at the world around you, it is full of unfinished projects and broken promises. Most people have ideas they never act on, tasks they abandon halfway, and goals they give up on at the first sign of difficulty. I want to tell you something very clear. Every time you start something and do not finish it, you are quietly telling yourself that you are not capable. You are telling your mind that commitment does not matter, that your word does not matter, and that your effort is disposable. That is a dangerous message to send to yourself, because your confidence is built on experience and results. Confidence is not some magical trait that exists in certain people. It is something that grows stronger every time you take responsibility for your actions and see them through to the end. Imagine starting a project today, no matter how small, and completing every single step without cutting corners or quitting. Each completion sends a signal to your brain that you can trust yourself. You can rely on your abilities. You can finish what you start. That feeling, that internal proof, builds a type of confidence that no outside influence can shake. The world may doubt you, circumstances may challenge you, but your inner belief, your confidence, becomes unshakable. And this does not happen overnight. It happens every day, every small task completed, every promise you keep to yourself. Think about your mornings. If you wake up and make your bed, and then you follow through with a simple routine like exercise, breakfast, and planning your day, you are practicing the act of finishing. You are proving to yourself that you are capable of seeing small things through. These small victories accumulate over time. The more consistent you are in finishing tasks, the more you reinforce a pattern of reliability and capability. Your mind begins to expect success because you train it through action. Confidence, therefore, is not something you hope for. It is something you earn. Now consider bigger goals, the ones that make your heart race and your stomach tighten. These are the projects that require persistence, patience, and repeated effort. Most people quit before they even taste the reward because they are afraid of failure. They think confidence will come if they just wish for it or hope for it. That is not how the mind works. The mind grows confident when it repeatedly overcomes obstacles, when it pushes through resistance, when it does not allow fear to dictate action. Every time you finish a goal, no matter how small, you are adding layers of strength to your character. You are creating proof that you can rely on yourself, even when circumstances are difficult. Finishing what you start also strengthens your discipline. Discipline is the bridge between desire and achievement. You may want a better life, more success, or deeper happiness, but desire alone will not get you there. Discipline ensures that your actions match your intentions. Each time you complete a task, despite distractions, fatigue, or fear, you are exercising your willpower. Your mind begins to recognize that effort and persistence lead to results. This awareness fuels your confidence even further. Confidence and discipline are inseparable. One grows because of the other. One reinforces the other in a continuous loop that creates unstoppable momentum in your life. Consider the emotional side of finishing. Every unfinished task carries a weight. It creates tension, guilt, and unease. You know it is incomplete, and your mind reminds you every time you think about it. That tension drains energy and reduces your belief in yourself. But when you finish, a wave of relief and satisfaction washes over you. Your mind feels at peace, because what you started has been seen through. Your emotions become aligned with your actions. That alignment produces a calm, clear confidence that no external circumstance can shake. It also produces pride, not arrogance, but genuine satisfaction in your abilities and choices. Finishing what you start teaches you patience and persistence. Some things are not completed in a day or a week. They require consistent effort over months or years. Learning to pace yourself and keep moving forward without abandoning your goals strengthens both character and confidence. You discover that obstacles are temporary and progress is cumulative. Each step you take toward completion is a brick in the foundation of your self-belief. Over time, you begin to look at challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to reinforce your ability to finish. Confidence becomes not a hope, but a certainty because you have proven it repeatedly to yourself. Let us also talk about the practical side. When you finish tasks, you produce results. Results are tangible proof of your abilities. They are measurable, undeniable, and visible. The world responds to results. People trust those who can deliver. Opportunities open for those who have a history of finishing what they start. Your reputation grows because people see that your word means something. Your confidence is no longer hidden inside your mind. It manifests in the respect and trust you receive from others. This external validation reinforces the internal belief that you are capable, reliable, and strong. Finishing requires focus. You cannot give your attention to multiple projects at once and expect to build confidence. Your mind gets scattered, your energy diluted, and your progress slowed. Choosing one task, committing fully, and following it to completion trains your brain to concentrate. You begin to notice how distractions lose their power over you. Your ability to focus becomes sharper. Each completed task strengthens your concentration muscles, which are directly linked to your confidence. You start to trust your mind to stay on track, to deliver, and to overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. There will be times when finishing feels impossible. You will encounter tasks that are boring, difficult, or overwhelming. This is where the real growth happens. The effort required to push through these moments builds resilience. Resilience is a core ingredient of unshakable confidence. You learn that even when your emotions scream to quit, you can still act. You can still push forward. Each time you do, you prove to yourself that you are stronger than your fears. You discover that your abilities are far greater than you once believed. Confidence is born in these moments of deliberate action, not in moments of comfort. Finishing what you start also teaches accountability. You are accountable to yourself and to others when you make a commitment. Every time you follow through, you honor that accountability. This strengthens your integrity. Integrity is a magnet for confidence because it assures you that you can be trusted first by yourself and then by the world. When your word means something, when your actions match your promises, your mind experiences a deep sense of alignment. This alignment fosters self-respect, and self-respect is inseparable from confidence. The two feed each other in a continuous cycle that creates unstoppable personal power. It is important to start small. You do not need to take on huge projects immediately. Begin with small tasks you can complete today. Finish reading a book, complete a workout, or organize a room. Each completion produces a sense of accomplishment. That feeling grows and accumulates over time. Small successes build momentum that prepares you for larger challenges. Confidence is not built in giant leaps, but in consistent, measured steps. Each finished task becomes a stepping stone toward the life you desire. You cannot skip this process if you want true, lasting confidence. Finishing also helps you handle setbacks better. When you have a history of completion, failure becomes temporary and educational. You know that even if one attempt fails, the habit of finishing ensures that you will keep going. You view mistakes as data, not defeat. You adjust, try again, and see projects through. This mindset makes you unstoppable because the fear of failure cannot stop someone who is committed to finishing. Confidence grows because you have trained yourself to endure, adapt, and overcome rather than run away or give up. Your environment can influence your ability to finish, but it does not have to control it. You may have distractions, people who doubt you, or circumstances that are difficult. Finishing what you start means learning to rise above these factors. You build discipline to manage your surroundings and focus on what you can control. The ability to finish under challenging conditions strengthens confidence like nothing else. You prove to yourself that your self-worth is not determined by the outside world. It comes from the choices you make and the actions you take regardless of conditions. Remember that confidence grows exponentially with each completed project. One finish leads to another. Your mind begins to recognize a pattern. You see that action produces results. Results build belief, and belief fuels more action. This is a cycle that creates unstoppable momentum. The more you finish, the more capable you feel. The more capable you feel, the more ambitious you become. The more ambitious you become, the more meaningful your achievements are. Confidence is not a single act. It is a lifetime habit built through repeated follow-through. Finishing what you start also protects your energy. Unfinished tasks weigh on your mind and drain focus. They create unnecessary stress and mental clutter. Completing tasks releases energy and frees your attention for the next project. Your mind becomes clear, your body becomes energized, and your emotions stabilize. This clarity amplifies confidence because it allows you to see your progress and recognize your abilities. The sense of control over your life grows, and confidence is a natural consequence of that control. Each completed task builds memory and experience. You learn what works and what does not. You understand the effort required to achieve results. This knowledge strengthens your decision-making and prepares you for future challenges. Confidence grows because you have a record of experience to draw upon. You know what is possible, and you know you can achieve it because you have done it before. Your past actions become a guide and a source of reassurance for your present and future endeavors. Finishing also helps you inspire others. People notice those who follow through. Your actions become proof that commitment and effort matter. You become a role model for friends, family, and colleagues. Their respect and trust reinforce your own self-belief. Confidence is not only internal, it is strengthened by the impact you have on others. When people see that you finish what you start, they begin to believe in you, and that belief creates a powerful feedback loop that deepens your own confidence. The habit of finishing requires planning and consistency. You must identify what needs to be done, set clear steps, and take action without delay. Every day presents opportunities to practice this habit. Each completed task reinforces the next one. Over time, finishing becomes a natural part of your behavior. You no longer need motivation alone because your habits carry you forward. Confidence becomes automatic because your actions consistently prove your abilities to yourself. To summarize this moment in your life, think about your current projects, your goals, and your promises. Ask yourself how many of them are unfinished. Each unfinished task represents lost confidence and lost opportunity. Commit today to start finishing. Break down tasks into manageable steps. Take action immediately. Push through discomfort and doubt. See each task through. Build your confidence one finished action at a time. You are capable of more than you realize, and the path to belief in yourself is paved with completed tasks. Finishing what you start transforms your life. It turns fear into courage, doubt into certainty, and hesitation into action. It creates a life where you can trust yourself completely. Each day you choose to finish strengthens your confidence, builds your discipline, and prepares you for greater challenges. This is how people achieve greatness. This is how ordinary individuals create extraordinary lives. Every moment spent completing a task adds to your self-belief and moves you closer to your potential. You cannot afford to waste this process. When you train yourself to finish consistently, your mind begins to expect completion. You no longer question your abilities because you have proof. You approach challenges with focus and persistence. You act with clarity and determination. Obstacles become temporary setbacks instead of roadblocks. Your confidence becomes unshakable because it is grounded in reality, experience, and repeated success. You stop fearing failure and start embracing growth. Each day is an opportunity to prove to yourself that you can start and you can finish. Every task you complete strengthens the connection between your actions and your belief in yourself. Every promise kept enhances your self-respect. Every project seen through builds competence and authority. Confidence is no longer a hope. It is a certainty born from repeated proof. You begin to realize that your life is a direct result of your choices and actions. The more consistently you finish, the more you experience control, power, and confidence in every area of your life. The habit of finishing also teaches humility. You learn to respect the effort required for achievement. You acknowledge the time, patience, and persistence it takes. This awareness prevents arrogance and keeps your confidence grounded. True confidence is quiet. It does not boast. It is simply a deep, calm certainty that comes from knowing you are capable. Each finished task is a reminder of your ability and reinforces that quiet inner strength. You can start today. Pick a task you have been avoiding. Decide to finish it, no matter what. Break it into steps and commit to each step. Pay attention to your emotions, your energy, and your focus. Notice how each completed step strengthens your confidence. Let that feeling build and multiply as you move to the next task. Do not rush. Do not force. Simply finish. Allow your competence and your confidence to grow naturally through your repeated actions. Every second you spend acting on a task is a second invested in your self-belief. Every completed action is proof that you can be trusted. Every finished project is a reminder that you are capable. Confidence is not given. It is earned through consistent follow-through. This is the foundation for every achievement, every opportunity, and every success you will ever experience. Start now, keep going, and finish what you start. Your confidence will rise, and your life will reflect the power of your actions. Finishing what you start is a skill. Like any skill, it must be practiced, refined, and repeated daily. Each day presents opportunities to strengthen this skill. Begin with small commitments and gradually take on larger ones. Observe how your mind responds. Observe how your confidence grows. Your belief in yourself expands as your accomplishments accumulate. The life of unshakable confidence is built one finished action at a time, and every day you choose to act, you add to that foundation. When challenges arise, remember that finishing is a choice. You can stop or you can continue. You can doubt or you can act. You can fear failure or you can push forward. Each decision to continue, each choice to finish, strengthens your inner foundation. Confidence becomes your natural response because you have proven it repeatedly. It becomes instinctive, rooted in action and results, not in luck or circumstance. Your mind, body, and spirit align in the certainty that you are capable. The feeling of completing a task is unlike any other. It is pure satisfaction combined with empowerment. Your mind senses accomplishment. Your emotions feel calm and capable. Your energy is directed toward the next challenge. That feeling compounds over time. One finished task leads to another. One commitment, honored, leads to another. You begin to live in a state of competence and confidence. You no longer question whether you can achieve. You simply act and finish. Finish what you start in relationships. Keep your promises to friends, colleagues, and loved ones. Following through strengthens trust and respect. Your confidence is not just in what you can achieve alone. It is in your ability to be reliable and consistent in your interactions with others. This builds social confidence and reinforces your personal belief system. Every completed promise deepens your credibility, strengthens your influence, and reinforces your inner certainty. Finish what you start in personal development. Commit to learning, growth, and improvement. Complete courses, finish books, and master skills. Each completed step in your education or skill development builds confidence in your abilities. You start to see tangible evidence of progress, and your mind internalizes the fact that effort produces results. Your belief in your potential grows as you accumulate evidence of your capability. Confidence is strengthened through learning and accomplishment together. Finish what you start in your health. Commit to exercise, diet, and rest routines. Follow through with your plans even when it is difficult or inconvenient. Your body responds, your energy improves, and your mind recognizes that you can act decisively. Physical completion reinforces mental confidence. The combination of physical and mental follow-through creates a strong foundation for all areas of life. Your actions become a habit, and habits produce certainty, reliability, and unshakable confidence. Finish what you start in your work and career. Complete projects thoroughly, meet deadlines, and deliver results beyond expectations. Your reputation grows, and your self-respect strengthens. Confidence is tied to accomplishment. When you consistently finish tasks, people recognize your ability, and your own belief in yourself solidifies. You begin to see challenges as opportunities to prove your competence and expand your influence. Your career and life reflect the results of your commitment to completion. Finish what you start in every area of life. Each moment is an opportunity to practice the habit of completion. Each action, no matter how small, contributes to your confidence. Your mind begins to trust you. Your emotions align with your actions. Your energy is focused and strong. Your habits support your goals. Your reputation grows. Your belief in yourself becomes unshakable because it is grounded in action, effort, and repeated follow-through. Every second you spend acting on a task is building the life you want. Every task finished is a vote of confidence in your abilities. Every promise kept to yourself and others strengthens your self-belief. You are not defined by your intentions, but by your actions and completions. Start now, choose to finish, and allow your confidence to grow with every step. This is how ordinary people achieve extraordinary lives. Every second counts, and finishing what you start is the most powerful use of every second you have. Your mind will begin to expect completion. You will notice how your focus sharpens. You will see that fear and doubt lose their power over you. Confidence will become your default state because you have repeatedly proven to yourself that you can act and finish. Each day is an opportunity to add to your record of accomplishment. Each task completed is another brick in the foundation of unshakable confidence. Your life will reflect the results of your choices and actions. Finish what you start in your personal projects, professional goals, learning, health, and relationships. Each completion strengthens your competence, deepens your belief in yourself, and enhances your influence. Confidence grows naturally when your actions consistently match your intentions. You will feel it in your mind, your body, and your emotions. You will see it in your results and in the way people respond to you. The habit of finishing creates a life where you trust yourself fully and operate with certainty in every decision you make. When you read a page of a good book, you are feeding your mind with quality material. You are choosing to invest your time in your own growth rather than letting it slip through meaningless distractions. Imagine sitting down in the quiet of your room in the morning or before sleep at night. The world is calm and the page is waiting. The words are more than ink on paper. They are seeds planted in your consciousness. They challenge your current beliefs, nudge you toward new perspectives, and slowly, without dramatic leaps, they reshape your understanding. You may not notice the changes immediately, but over weeks and months, your thoughts will sharpen. Your confidence will grow because you have new frameworks for decision-making. You will notice solutions appearing where you only saw problems before. One page a day is more than just a habit. It is a commitment to yourself to keep learning, to keep evolving, and to refuse stagnation. Number 15. Read at least one page of a good book. Have you ever felt the weight of your own mind, holding back your potential? Many of us walk through our days carrying thoughts that are scattered, unfocused, and unfinished. We chase tasks that seem urgent but not important. In that chaos, one of the simplest and most overlooked habits can completely shift the trajectory of your life. It is reading, not casually scrolling through articles or headlines. I am talking about reading a single page of a good book every day. One page might seem almost meaningless when you look at a shelf full of books. You might say it is too small to matter, but the truth is that every great achievement, every life that transformed, began with small steps repeated consistently. One page is the first step, and it is enough to start a chain reaction inside your mind. That page carries ideas, knowledge, and insights that your own experiences alone might never bring. It opens doors you didn't even know existed. Reading is not just an activity, it is a direct conversation with the minds of people who have struggled, succeeded, and learned lessons before you. That single page is an invitation to think differently, to understand deeper, to expand your horizons in ways that television, social media, or casual browsing cannot. You need to recognize the power in these small steps because they accumulate faster than most people realize. Now think about the kind of books that will change your life. You cannot expect a book with shallow advice or meaningless anecdotes to transform your mind. You need books that challenge you, that teach you something practical, that stretch your understanding and introduce concepts you have never considered. Every page of a good book has the power to expand your vision. It can make you more resourceful, more resilient, and more prepared for the challenges you face in life. You will start noticing the ideas lingering in your thoughts, influencing your actions, and shaping your decisions without you consciously forcing it. That is how knowledge becomes wisdom. You take a small step, you read one page, and over time your thinking evolves in ways that feel natural and effortless. Reading a page also strengthens your discipline. You might say, "I don't have time," or "I'm too tired." But one page does not require hours or special conditions. All it asks for is your attention. It demands that you prioritize yourself for just a moment, that you step away from the noise and let your mind absorb something meaningful. That small act of focus can ripple through the rest of your day. If you can commit to one page, you are proving to yourself that you can control your attention, that you can create structure in your life, and that you are willing to take a tiny step toward a bigger goal. Each page is a declaration that you refuse to let life pass by without gaining something valuable from it. This tiny commitment can build unshakable confidence because it shows that you are capable of consistency. And when consistency builds, results follow. The human mind responds to repeated action over time far more than it responds to occasional bursts of effort. Reading a page also strengthens your ability to focus. Our attention is constantly pulled in 1,000 directions. Social media notifications, emails, and endless tasks can scatter our minds until we feel exhausted without actually achieving anything meaningful. Sitting down with a book for even a single page gives your mind the practice of sustained attention. It trains you to concentrate, to listen, and to digest information deeply. That skill of focus translates into other areas of life. You will find yourself more effective in conversations, in work, and in solving problems. That small effort compounds into a stronger, sharper mind, capable of handling complexity with calm and confidence. Reading becomes not just an intellectual exercise, but a mental workout that strengthens your capacity for attention and clarity. Let us be honest about one thing. Most people will not read. They will scroll endlessly, consume fragmented information, and never take a moment to grow in a structured way. That is why one page sets you apart. It is a choice to rise above the noise, to invest in yourself when no one is watching, and to take responsibility for your own growth. Every page you read is a tiny victory over distraction. It is a tangible step toward the life you want. You begin to understand that time is your most precious resource. When you read, you are directly converting your time into knowledge, insight, and power. The act is simple, yet the impact is profound because it shapes your thinking and, in turn, shapes your actions. Your choices become smarter, your confidence grows, and your results improve because you have a mind that is consistently learning. You might face resistance at the start. Life will be noisy, and your attention will be pulled in many directions. The first page might feel like a struggle. You might even doubt if it is worth it, but persistence is what separates ordinary lives from extraordinary ones. One page, read every single day, demonstrates that you can overcome resistance. It proves that you have control over your choices. The tiny act is a signal to yourself that you are capable of discipline, that you value growth, and that you are committed to using your time wisely. That small effort, repeated daily, becomes a defining habit that strengthens your character. As you continue reading one page every day, you will notice the change in your conversations. You will have something new to contribute. Your perspectives will be richer. You will notice yourself asking better questions, seeking better solutions, and thinking more clearly. The growth is quiet at first, almost invisible, but it is happening every time you turn a page. That is the beauty of small, consistent effort. You are building a mind that becomes a compass for better decisions. You are creating a foundation that can handle bigger challenges because your thinking is being strengthened every day. This is the real power of reading, the slow, steady transformation that becomes unstoppable over time. Reading also gives you a sense of presence and calm. Life is often fast and chaotic, and our minds rarely get a moment to rest. When you read a page, you are slowing down. You are giving your mind space to process, to understand, and to absorb. That single page becomes a moment of reflection, a moment where you are fully engaged with something meaningful. Over time, these small pauses in your day accumulate, giving you clarity, wisdom, and insight. You begin to realize that progress is not about rushing through life, but about taking steady, deliberate steps that compound into real growth. That calm presence becomes a strength that carries over into everything you do. As you read, you are also building your independence. You are learning to think critically, to question assumptions, and to make better decisions without relying on others to tell you what is important. That page is a reminder that growth is your responsibility. It is an exercise in personal accountability. You are showing yourself that you do not need to wait for circumstances to change or for someone else to guide you. You can take control of your mind and shape your future through consistent action. Every page reinforces that principle because it demands engagement, attention, and reflection. Every page also introduces new possibilities. The ideas you encounter might spark creativity, inspire action, or open doors to opportunities you never imagined. You start connecting dots in ways you couldn't before. You begin seeing solutions where you previously saw obstacles. That single page is not just information. It is a spark that ignites action, curiosity, and courage. The knowledge you gain creates a ripple effect. It shapes your choices, your mindset, and ultimately your results. One page is not small when you consider the impact it has on your life over months and years. Reading one page also teaches patience. In a world obsessed with instant results, you learn to appreciate gradual growth. You understand that knowledge accumulates slowly, wisdom takes time, and transformation is a process. That patience carries over into other areas of life. You become less frustrated with setbacks, more persistent in your efforts, and more committed to consistent action. Each page read is a demonstration that success is not about luck. It is about showing up, engaging with quality material, and allowing your mind to expand incrementally Think about the power of compounding. 1 page today, 1 page tomorrow, 1 page every day for a year. By the end of the year, you will have read hundreds of pages, hundreds of new ideas, insights, and strategies. That is hundreds of chances to improve your thinking, make smarter decisions, and act with more clarity. The person you are a year from now will be very different from the person you are today, simply because you invested in 1 page at a time. Small actions, consistently applied, lead to results that feel miraculous in hindsight. The simple act of reading a page is like planting seeds that will grow into forests of opportunity over time. The simple truth is that the person who reads 1 page a day is far ahead of the person who waits for perfect circumstances to start learning. The person who takes action is the person who gains knowledge, builds confidence, and develops a sharper mind. That small choice to read is a statement that you will not settle for mediocrity. You are choosing to grow, to improve, and to take control of your life through deliberate effort. The power lies in the decision to act, not in the quantity of what you read. 1 page is enough to begin a chain reaction that changes your mindset and your results. When you read a page of a good book every day, you are creating a habit of lifelong learning. You are refusing to stagnate. You are telling yourself that your mind matters and that your growth is non-negotiable. This small habit compounds in ways that are difficult to measure in the short term, but become undeniable over time. You will notice yourself thinking more clearly, speaking more confidently, and acting more decisively. You will see progress in your work, relationships, and personal goals. 1 page a day is not just a habit. It is the gateway to a stronger, smarter, and more capable version of yourself. Every single page also reminds you of your potential. It reminds you that you are capable of understanding complex ideas, learning new skills, and thinking deeply. That awareness becomes a driving force. It pushes you to pursue bigger goals, take smarter risks, and act with clarity. The confidence you build from reading a page is real because it is backed by knowledge. It is not wishful thinking. It is the result of consistent engagement and a commitment to self-growth. You are training your mind to see opportunities, solve problems, and make decisions that lead to real success. The person who reads 1 page each day is taking control of their life. They are prioritizing learning over distraction. They are committing to consistency, focus, and growth. They are investing time in themselves rather than wasting it on meaningless activities. 1 page is a declaration of self-respect. It is a choice to grow slowly, steadily, and unavoidably toward a better future. That small act is powerful because it teaches discipline, expands thinking, and strengthens confidence. It sets the foundation for results that become visible, measurable, and life-changing. Each page also challenges your complacency. It forces you to see that there is more to know, more to understand, and more to apply. You begin questioning assumptions, exploring new strategies, and taking action based on informed decisions. The act of reading becomes a practice of growth, courage, and engagement. It is a simple step that shapes your thinking, behavior, and ultimately your life outcomes. 1 page read consistently will push you to do more, think more, and achieve more. The mind that reads is never stagnant, never weak, and never limited. It becomes sharp, resilient, and powerful. As you continue reading a page each day, you are building momentum. You will find that after a while, reading 2, 3, or even 10 pages becomes easier. That is the power of building a foundation with small, consistent steps. The initial page is the seed of growth, and as your habit strengthens, your capacity to absorb knowledge, think critically, and act effectively increases. You are creating a system of continuous improvement that compounds over time. Your knowledge, confidence, and clarity grow with every page. This is the direct result of one simple choice repeated daily. Reading one page every day also allows you to step into the lives and minds of others. You gain perspectives, strategies, and insights that would take years to learn on your own. That page is a bridge between your current understanding and the wisdom of people who have achieved, struggled, and discovered what works. You start seeing life from multiple angles, making better decisions, and avoiding mistakes others have made. Each page expands your horizon, strengthens your judgment, and improves your ability to act intelligently. Consistency in reading also trains your character. It teaches you perseverance, patience, and responsibility. It reinforces the idea that progress is made through steady effort. Every page read becomes proof that you can set a goal, take action, and follow through. That proof builds confidence. That confidence becomes the foundation for bigger accomplishments. Your ability to trust yourself and your decisions grows because you know that you have taken deliberate steps to improve. Each page you read is also a commitment to your future. You are taking responsibility for your growth. You are taking responsibility for your growth. You are acknowledging that the quality of your mind directly affects the quality of your life. That one page read today is a step toward better thinking, wiser decisions, and stronger actions tomorrow. It is a deliberate act of self-investment that compounds into results far beyond what a single moment might suggest. Over time, the habit shapes your character, strengthens your focus, and develops your confidence. Reading even one page creates a habit of reflection. As you read, your mind naturally compares, questions, and applies the ideas you encounter. You begin to internalize principles and strategies, translating them into action in your daily life. That reflection strengthens your thinking, improves your decision-making, and enhances your ability to solve problems. One page is not small when you consider the depth of engagement it produces. Your mind begins to work more effectively, efficiently, and intelligently with every turn of the page. The person who reads one page every day is someone who refuses to settle. They are someone who values their mind and time. They are someone who is committed to growth, capable of discipline, and willing to take consistent action. One page is small, but its impact is enormous. It sets the foundation for a sharper mind, stronger confidence, and a life that moves forward with purpose and clarity. That single page is proof that transformation begins with simple, deliberate action repeated consistently over time. You will notice over weeks and months that your perspective has expanded. The ideas from the pages linger in your mind. You think more critically, speak more thoughtfully, and act more decisively. Your confidence grows because it is grounded in knowledge. Your decisions become more informed. Your actions become more effective. One page, read every day, is enough to start a transformation that compounds into a life of growth, achievement, and clarity. Reading is not just about information, it is about transformation. Each page you read challenges you to think differently, act deliberately, and grow consistently. One page is a small action, but it creates a ripple effect that reaches every area of your life. Your relationships, your work, and your goals all benefit from the clarity, knowledge, and insight that come from reading consistently. That page becomes a powerful tool for self-improvement that grows stronger with each day you commit to the habit. Reading one page of a good book every day is more than a habit. It is a daily declaration that you are committed to your own growth. It is an act of discipline, focus, and self-respect. It is a tangible step toward a smarter mind, stronger confidence, and a more successful life. That single page may seem small at first, But over time it accumulates into wisdom that will shape your choices, your actions, and your results in profound ways. Every day you read, you are proving to yourself that your growth matters, that your mind is valuable, and that your future is worth investing in. Number 16. Track your progress daily to measure real improvement. Every day is a new opportunity to take stock of where you are and where you want to be. Too many people move through life without checking their progress, without pausing to see if the actions they are taking are truly moving them toward their goals. Tracking your progress is not a small detail. It is one of the most important habits you can develop. When you write down what you are doing, when you record what you achieve, you create a mirror that shows your efforts clearly. You can see what works and what does not. You can notice patterns of success and areas that need adjustment. This is about honesty with yourself. It is about looking at your day with full awareness and saying, this mattered, this did not, and here is what I will do tomorrow. The power of daily tracking comes from repeated, conscious attention. It is like shining a light on your own actions and allowing the truth to guide you. Without it, you are wandering in the dark, hoping your efforts are enough. With it, you walk with certainty and clarity. Tracking your progress does not require complexity. It does not require high-tech tools or complicated systems. It starts with a simple notebook, a planner, or even a digital app. Each morning, write down your goals for the day. Each evening, write down what you accomplished and what fell short. Note how you felt while performing these tasks. Note any obstacles you encountered and how you responded. The act of writing forces your mind to focus. It clarifies your intentions. When you see your day laid out in black and white, your mind becomes sharper. You begin to notice where your time is wasted. You notice patterns of procrastination or distraction. You notice where your energy flows and where it leaks. This awareness alone can be life-changing. It is impossible to improve without seeing clearly where you are. Many people avoid tracking because it requires honesty. They do not want to admit that they wasted time or that they failed to follow through on commitments. But avoidance costs more than confrontation. When you face your day with honesty, you gain control. You no longer let excuses or self-deception dictate your actions. You become your own coach. You begin to understand that progress is not an abstract idea. It is measurable. It is visible. You can see it in the numbers, in the minutes, in the small accomplishments that accumulate over time. Every task completed, every goal partially achieved, every step forward matters. And when you track it, you recognize the power of those steps. Consistency is the key to meaningful tracking. One day of writing down your progress is useful, but it is not enough. You need to commit to daily attention. Over weeks and months, patterns emerge. You see trends in your energy, in your efficiency, in your focus. You can identify what times of day you work best. You can identify what habits support your progress and which ones undermine it. You can see how small adjustments lead to bigger results. When you track consistently, you remove the guesswork from improvement. You replace hope with knowledge. You replace randomness with structure. Your actions become intentional rather than reactive. And in that structure, progress becomes inevitable. Tracking is also deeply motivating. When you see small wins recorded, you feel the satisfaction of moving forward. You feel the proof that your effort matters. Too often people fail to recognize progress because it is gradual. They compare themselves to distant goals and feel discouraged. But when you track daily, you celebrate small victories. You can look back and say, yesterday I improved, and today I am better than yesterday. This daily recognition of progress fuels momentum. It gives you the energy to continue, even when challenges arise. Momentum is not built by sudden bursts of effort. It is built by small, consistent steps that you can see and measure. Tracking gives those steps life and value. There is also an emotional benefit to tracking progress. Life can be stressful, and setbacks can feel crushing. When you record your progress, you create a record of resilience. You see how often you overcame challenges. You see how often you acted despite fear or uncertainty. You create a personal story of perseverance. This story builds confidence and self-trust. You begin to understand that effort leads to results, even if the results are not immediate. You begin to trust yourself in ways that go beyond words. You gain the emotional strength to take on bigger challenges, knowing that you have a system that keeps you accountable and aware. Tracking your progress also improves decision-making. When you know exactly what you did and what the results were, you can make better choices. You stop guessing about what works. You rely on evidence. You notice which activities bring you closer to your goals and which ones drain your time and energy. You adjust quickly and avoid repeating mistakes. This feedback loop is powerful. It allows you to refine your methods, sharpen your focus, and increase productivity. Without this reflection, you drift through life, repeating the same patterns and expecting different results. With it, you grow intelligently and purposefully. Another benefit of tracking is clarity about priorities. When you write down progress daily, you begin to see which tasks truly matter. You see what activities have the most impact on your long-term goals. You learn to focus on what moves the needle rather than what is convenient or easy. This clarity prevents wasted effort. It guides your choices and ensures that your energy is spent where it counts. When you track, you stop reacting to every distraction or urgent request. You make deliberate decisions about how to spend your time. You become the master of your day rather than a passenger in it. Tracking progress also strengthens habits. Habits are formed through repetition, and progress tracking gives repetition a purpose. Each time you check off a completed task, you reinforce the behavior. You create a visible chain of actions that encourages continuation. Missing a day becomes noticeable, and the desire to maintain consistency grows. This accountability, even to yourself, drives discipline. Over time, these small, consistent habits compound. They create a framework for achievement that becomes automatic. You rely less on motivation and more on structure and evidence of your own capability. Your tracking system can include not just tasks, but also skills, learning, and growth. You can track books, read, new skills acquired, or ideas implemented. You can measure emotional growth, resilience, or focus. The point is to measure what matters to your long-term vision. When you track broadly and deeply, you gain a comprehensive view of your life. You notice how improvements in one area affect others. You see how learning feeds productivity. You see how discipline strengthens relationships. Tracking is a mirror that shows not just what you do, but who you are becoming. Daily tracking also helps with time management. When you know where your hours go, you can optimize them. You can identify periods of low productivity and replace them with focused effort. You can reduce time spent on unproductive activities. You can structure your day to align with your energy cycles and priorities. This awareness turns time into a resource rather than a mystery. It allows you to act with purpose and avoid the regret of wasted hours. When you track, every minute has potential, and you become conscious of how to use it effectively. Tracking progress daily builds resilience against setbacks. Life does not always go as planned. You will face interruptions, failures, and challenges. When you maintain a record of your actions and results, you gain perspective. You see that one bad day does not erase weeks of effort. You see that you are capable of adapting and moving forward. You learn to treat setbacks as temporary and specific rather than personal and permanent. This mindset strengthens your resolve and helps you recover faster. Tracking teaches patience, persistence, and perspective. Tracking progress also fosters accountability. When you make your goals visible on paper or screen, you hold yourself responsible for your actions. You no longer rely on external pressure or motivation. You rely on self-awareness and commitment. This personal accountability strengthens confidence and self-respect. It shifts your mindset from hoping for results to creating results. You learn that action matters more than intention. You learn that the habit of reviewing your progress daily is a gift you give yourself that pays lifelong dividends. Emotional clarity is another outcome of daily tracking. Life can feel chaotic and overwhelming. Responsibilities pile up and distractions multiply. Writing down progress and results brings calm and order. It gives you a moment to pause, reflect, and reset. You gain insight into what truly matters. You recognize patterns of stress, joy, energy, and fatigue. You see the causes of frustration and the sources of satisfaction. This awareness allows you to act in alignment with your goals and values. Your emotional life becomes manageable because your actions are intentional. Tracking also strengthens focus. When you record progress, your mind becomes attuned to results. You notice the difference between productive effort and wasted effort. You learn to concentrate on high-value activities and avoid distractions. Your attention becomes sharper because you have evidence of how your energy is spent. You start each day with a plan and end each day with a review. This cycle of focus and reflection ensures that you are moving forward rather than drifting. It turns intention into reality and ideas into accomplishments. Tracking progress daily teaches patience with long-term goals. Many of the most important achievements take months or years. It is easy to lose motivation when results are not immediate. Recording progress allows you to see incremental improvement. You recognize that every small step counts. You begin to understand the compound effect of consistent effort. Each day, each hour, each task builds on the last. This perspective transforms frustration into hope. It turns impatience into persistence. You learn to trust the process because you can see the evidence of growth. The act of tracking also strengthens self-reflection. When you review your actions each day, you develop insight into your own behavior. You notice habits that help or hinder your progress. You understand the reasons behind your successes and failures. This self-knowledge is invaluable. It allows you to refine your strategies, improve your decisions, and align your efforts with your true objectives. You become a student of yourself. You learn that improvement is not just about working harder, but about understanding how you work and how you respond to challenges. Tracking progress daily encourages gratitude for effort. When you look back at completed tasks and goals, you see evidence of what you achieved. You recognize the time and energy you invested. This reflection fosters appreciation for your own efforts. It helps you stay motivated even when external rewards are delayed. Gratitude for your work strengthens your resilience and fuels your commitment. It reminds you that action itself has value. It teaches you to celebrate the process rather than waiting for external validation. When tracking becomes a daily habit, it transforms your approach to life. You become deliberate rather than reactive. You act with purpose rather than drift through circumstance. You build a record of achievement that validates your effort and guides your choices. You gain clarity, motivation, focus, and resilience. You develop the capacity to measure what matters, to learn from experience, and to adjust your actions intelligently. You create a system that supports consistent progress and meaningful growth. Tracking is not just an action. It is a mindset. It is the way to ensure that every second counts and that nothing is left to chance. Tracking daily transforms the way you see failure. Failures are no longer the end of the story. They are data points. They are signals that guide improvement. When you record your actions, you can analyze mistakes objectively. You can see what went wrong, why it went wrong, and what needs to change. This process removes fear from failure. You learn that every failure contains a lesson, and that every lesson increases your skill and confidence. This understanding gives you courage to attempt bigger goals. You act with less hesitation and more intelligence. Tracking your progress improves planning. When you know your past actions, you can plan future steps more accurately. You can estimate time required for tasks, anticipate obstacles, and allocate resources wisely. You avoid overcommitting and under-delivering. You gain a realistic sense of what is possible. This planning creates confidence and reduces stress. It allows you to approach each day with clarity and control. You act strategically rather than impulsively. You use your past to shape a stronger future. Tracking also strengthens your commitment to improvement. When you see your progress documented, you develop a personal standard of excellence. You no longer settle for vague intentions. You measure your work, review it, and strive to improve continuously. This habit builds competence and confidence simultaneously. You learn that progress is the result of deliberate, consistent action. You gain trust in your own ability to grow. You develop the mindset of someone who refuses to be satisfied with stagnation and embraces the practice of daily growth. When you track daily, you start to value your time more. Every hour becomes an opportunity. You become aware of how precious each moment is and how easily it can be wasted. You plan your day with intention. You choose activities that align with your goals and values. You reduce distractions and focus on meaningful action. This heightened awareness of time changes your behavior. You begin to act with urgency without panic. You prioritize effectively and execute consistently. Time becomes a tool, not a foe. Tracking progress daily fosters accountability in relationships as well. When you share your progress with mentors, peers, or colleagues, you create a support system that reinforces your commitment. You receive feedback and guidance that accelerates improvement. You demonstrate seriousness and responsibility. Others see your consistency and dedication, and this inspires trust. Your accountability extends beyond yourself. It strengthens connections and creates opportunities for collaboration, learning, and growth. Tracking progress daily enhances your resilience to stress. When life becomes overwhelming, you can look at your records and see the effort you have invested. You gain perspective on what truly matters and what is temporary. You see evidence of growth, even during difficult times. This perspective reduces anxiety and builds confidence. You know that you are capable of facing challenges because you have already faced them and recorded your successes. You develop calm and steady determination that carries you through obstacles. Tracking also sharpens your focus on results rather than activity. Many people confuse being busy with being productive. When you track daily, you measure outcomes, not just actions. You see which tasks produce meaningful results and which are distractions. You adjust your focus accordingly. You become efficient and intentional. You stop wasting energy on activity that does not matter. Your attention becomes precise. Your actions align with objectives. Progress becomes visible and undeniable. Tracking progress develops self-discipline. The habit of reviewing your day, recording results, and analyzing performance requires consistency. It requires showing up even when you do not feel motivated. This consistency strengthens willpower. You learn to act despite fatigue, doubt, or distraction. Over time, This self-discipline becomes automatic. You do not rely on motivation alone. You rely on habit, structure, and evidence. Your ability to act deliberately grows, and your results improve steadily. When tracking becomes routine, it transforms your sense of control over life. You no longer feel at the mercy of circumstance. You know what you did, what you achieved, and what remains to be done. You see the direct connection between effort and results. You understand that success is built incrementally and intentionally. You approach each day with confidence, clarity, and determination. Life becomes less random and more purposeful. You become an architect of your own progress rather than a spectator of chance. Tracking progress daily teaches the importance of reflection. Without reflection, action is blind. When you review your day, you learn not just what you did, but why you did it, how you felt, and what it means for tomorrow. Reflection creates wisdom. It allows you to improve strategy, enhance skills, and refine priorities. It makes every action intentional and every effort valuable. Without this reflection, days pass without growth. With it, every day becomes a building block in the construction of your life. Tracking progress daily transforms motivation into results. Motivation is temporary and unreliable. Action is what creates change. When you track your daily progress, you convert motivation into measurable outcomes. You see the evidence of your effort. You adjust your approach and continue moving forward. You stop relying on fleeting feelings and start relying on consistent behavior. This practice builds competence, confidence, and momentum. You learn to trust the process and trust yourself. Trekking daily also strengthens your vision for the future. When you see where you are and what you have achieved, your goals become clearer. You see the gap between your current state and desired state. You can plan effectively to bridge that gap. You are guided by facts rather than hope. You act with precision and purpose. Your vision becomes actionable. Every day becomes an opportunity to close the distance between who you are now and who you want to be. Tracking your progress reinforces the value of commitment. When you record your actions consistently, you demonstrate to yourself that you are capable of following through. You see that promises to yourself matter. You build trust in your own word. This trust is foundational for long-term success. You learn that consistent, measurable effort is the only reliable path to growth. You build a reputation with yourself as someone who acts deliberately and reliably. The act of daily tracking also cultivates humility. When you record results, you see both achievements and shortcomings. You recognize that improvement is a continuous journey. You accept that mastery requires persistence. You learn to celebrate wins without arrogance and acknowledge mistakes without shame. This balanced perspective allows growth without ego or complacency. It fosters learning, resilience, and consistent effort. Tracking progress daily develops a mindset of continuous improvement. Each day you record results, reflect, and adjust. You reinforce the idea that nothing is perfect and everything can get better. You stop being satisfied with yesterday's effort. You focus on what can be done today to improve tomorrow. This mindset becomes the engine of personal growth. It ensures that you are always learning, always advancing, and always building toward higher levels of achievement. Daily tracking makes your goals tangible. Goals are abstract ideas until you measure progress toward them. When you record your daily actions, you give concrete evidence of forward motion. You see that effort translates into results. You gain confidence in your ability to achieve. You see the connection between daily choices and long-term success. You understand that consistency is more powerful than occasional bursts of effort. Number 17. Speak positively today to shape a brighter tomorrow. Every morning when you open your eyes, you have a choice. You can fill your mind with doubt, fear, and complaints, or you can speak words that lift yourself and others. Speaking positively is not just about saying nice things. It is about deliberately choosing language that builds belief, confidence, and motivation. Each word you speak sets the tone for your actions and the way others respond to you. I want you to notice how often people talk to themselves with harsh criticism. We are often our own worst enemies. A simple word of encouragement to yourself can create momentum that changes your entire day. Think about the energy you bring into every room, into every conversation, into every interaction. Words have power. They shape thoughts, and thoughts shape action. If you want a brighter tomorrow, you must start speaking words today that support growth, opportunity, and possibility. When you speak positively, your body reacts in ways you might not even notice at first. Your heart rate slows, your breathing becomes steadier, and your mind becomes more focused. There is a chemical response in your brain that releases a sense of calm and clarity. People respond to you differently when your words carry positivity. They are more open, more cooperative, more willing to engage in meaningful ways. I want you to imagine the effect you could have on the people you interact with today if every sentence you spoke encouraged, motivated, or inspired someone. Even in stressful situations, a positive word can change the trajectory of an entire conversation. It is not about ignoring reality. It is about choosing words that acknowledge challenges but open doors to solutions. This is how leaders are made. This is how relationships grow stronger. Let me be very honest with you. Speaking positively does not come naturally to everyone. Many people have spent years in a habit of complaining, criticizing, or blaming. Breaking that habit requires intention. You must listen carefully to your own words, pause, and ask yourself if what you are about to say will serve your goals and your well-being. When you catch yourself speaking negatively, stop, change the word. Replace the complaint with a statement of possibility. Replace criticism with curiosity or encouragement. Every time you do this, you are training your mind and your environment to respond differently. Positive speech builds positive thinking. Positive thinking builds positive actions. Positive actions build results. This cycle starts with one word, spoken at a time. It is also important to remember that positivity is contagious. When you speak encouraging words to others, you not only lift them, you lift yourself. A smile combined with sincere words of support changes the energy of the room. People lean in. They trust you. They seek your perspective. Speaking positively is a form of influence that cannot be bought. It cannot be forced. It cannot be faked for long. It is a reflection of your character and your mindset. When you make this a habit, you create an environment where ideas flow freely, productivity increases, and meaningful connections grow. Every single interaction becomes an opportunity to make life better for yourself and those around you. I want you to take a moment and think about your inner voice. Do you often say, "I cannot do this, this is too hard," or "I will fail"? These words shape your reality. Every time you speak them, your mind takes them as truth, and your energy begins to fade. Replace them with words that empower you. Say, "I am capable. I will find a way. I will learn from this." Watch how your confidence grows, how your focus sharpens, and how obstacles feel less intimidating. Speaking positively is not wishful thinking. It is a conscious strategy to align your thoughts with your goals. It is a simple action that produces extraordinary results when done consistently. Your words are the bridge between your current state and your future success. Now think about your interactions at work, with family, or in your community. How often do you add value with your words? How often do you unintentionally bring down energy with negative comments? Most of us do it more than we realize. Every negative remark, even if small, chips away at trust, confidence, and enthusiasm. On the other hand, positive speech strengthens relationships, builds credibility, and attracts opportunities. Speaking positively is not about pretending everything is perfect. It is about choosing language that creates constructive outcomes and encourages progress. The more deliberate you become with your words, the more natural it becomes, and the more your world begins to reflect the positivity you project. One powerful habit is to start each day with affirmations. Speak out loud about your goals, your abilities, and your intentions. Say them with belief and clarity. Do not just repeat empty words. Feel them, internalize them, and allow them to influence your actions. When you speak about yourself and your life in a positive way, you start to act in alignment with those words. Your choices become more deliberate. Your actions become more focused. Your energy shifts from reacting to life to creating life. Positive speech creates a forward momentum that is unstoppable when practiced daily. Remember that speaking positively also includes listening to yourself carefully. Be aware of your tone and the quality of your speech. Are you quick to complain or criticize? Are you pointing out problems without offering solutions? Change that pattern. Begin every statement with intention. Begin with what can be done, what is possible, and what can be learned. This changes how you approach challenges, how you respond to setbacks, and how others perceive your leadership. Words are not just sounds. They are tools of influence. They are instruments of change. When you speak with purpose, clarity, and positivity, you are shaping your life one sentence at a time. Another important aspect of speaking positively is your body language and energy when you speak. People do not just hear your words, they feel them. When you speak with confidence, calm, and conviction, your words carry more weight. When you speak with hesitation, doubt, or negativity, your words lose power. Align your speech with your posture, your expressions, and your tone. Practice looking at people directly in the eyes when you speak. Let your voice reflect clarity, calmness, and assurance. These small adjustments reinforce the positive words you are speaking. They create trust and engagement. Every word has a ripple effect that touches more than you might realize. It is also crucial to notice the long-term effects of your words on your own self-image. Speaking positively trains your mind to notice opportunities, solutions, and strengths, rather than obstacles, limitations, and failures. Over time, this builds resilience and courage. You start to approach challenges differently. You start to see potential where before there was doubt. Your confidence expands, and your capacity to act grows. Every positive word reinforces a sense of purpose and possibility. Every positive sentence becomes a building block for your future. You are designing your reality through your speech every day. Think about the people around you and how your words affect them. Every encouraging sentence, every compliment, every word of understanding creates an environment of trust and motivation. People will remember your words long after the moment passes. They will carry the impact of your positivity into their own actions. Your speech is a gift that can change someone's day, week, or even life. When you commit to speaking positively, you become a source of inspiration and strength. You influence outcomes not by force, but by the careful and deliberate choice of your words. The effects are cumulative, compounding, and profound. Even when faced with challenges, setbacks, or difficult people, speaking positively changes the way you perceive the situation. Instead of seeing only obstacles, you start seeing options. Instead of focusing on blame, you focus on responsibility. Instead of spreading fear, you spread calm and encouragement. This does not mean you ignore problems. It means you address them from a position of strength, clarity, and optimism. Every conversation becomes a tool to build solutions. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to elevate yourself and others. Positive speech becomes a habit of excellence that transforms ordinary days into extraordinary growth. Your daily language influences your habits, your attitude, and your results. If you speak negatively, your mind follows that path. If you speak positively, your mind aligns with solutions and opportunities. Speaking positively is like setting a compass for your life. It directs your thoughts, your energy, and your actions in ways that move you closer to your goals. When you embrace this practice fully, it touches every area of life, from your personal growth to your relationships to your career and health. Every positive word you speak is an investment in a better future, a brighter tomorrow, and a stronger version of yourself. Pay attention to the quality of the words you use when you talk about your past. Many people dwell on mistakes, missed opportunities, or regrets. Speaking negatively about the past keeps your energy trapped in yesterday. Instead, speak about lessons learned, growth achieved, and strength gained. Words of reflection and gratitude transform regret into motivation. They release mental and emotional energy for present action. Positive speech about the past frees you to create a more confident, proactive, and empowered future. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes, and the more your life aligns with your highest potential. Notice how you can use positive speech to inspire action. When you speak confidently and with belief, others will follow your lead. They will be motivated by your clarity, strength, and focus. Your words can mobilize teams, families, and communities. Positive speech is not a passive habit. It is active leadership. It creates momentum. It sets the tone for collective achievement. People respond to confidence, clarity, and optimism. Your words are the key to opening doors, initiating change, and fostering collaboration. Every sentence you choose carefully strengthens the bridge to your brighter tomorrow. Take time to practice speaking positively in small moments. Say thank you, express appreciation, notice good efforts, and highlight progress. Avoid sarcasm, complaints, and unnecessary criticism. Speak with sincerity and intention. Your words shape not only your day, but also your character. Positive speech builds credibility, strengthens relationships, and reinforces your identity as someone who takes control of their thoughts and actions. Every time you choose positivity, you are designing a life that reflects your highest standards and aspirations. Your inner voice, your external speech, and your attention to words all work together. By choosing words that encourage, uplift, and empower, you create a ripple effect that touches every area of your life. You will notice a difference in how people respond to you, how challenges feel less threatening, and how opportunities appear more clearly. Positive speech is not a one-time effort. It is a daily practice, a conscious decision, and a habit that compounds over time. Every sentence you speak is an investment in your confidence, your energy, and your future. Now, as you move through today, be mindful of the words you speak. Pause before responding. Choose words that empower yourself and others. Encourage, motivate, and support through every interaction. Use language that inspires action, fosters clarity, and builds belief. Every word matters. Every sentence counts. By speaking positively today, you are shaping a tomorrow that is brighter, stronger, and full of possibility. Keep practicing. Keep choosing words that reflect the person you want to become. Keep noticing the impact your words have on your life and the lives of those around you. Your daily language is one of the most powerful tools you have. You can speak to tear down or to build up. You can speak to discourage or to encourage. You can speak to doubt or to believe. Choose belief. Choose encouragement. Choose positivity. Make it a practice, a habit, and a commitment. Over time, the effect of your words compounds. People notice, opportunities open, confidence grows, energy shifts. Your future is not distant. It is being shaped today by every word you choose to speak. Your attention to words is the attention to life itself. Each sentence you speak carries weight. Each phrase you utter creates a direction. Each conversation builds momentum. Speak with intention. Speak with clarity. Speak with positivity. Train yourself to notice negative patterns, stop them, and replace them with words that reflect strength, belief, and possibility. This is how great leaders are built. This is how relationships flourish. This is how ordinary moments become opportunities for growth, connection, and achievement. Your voice has power. Your words have influence. Your choice of language determines the quality of your thoughts and actions. When you speak positively, you shape your mindset. When you shape your mindset, you shape your habits. When you shape your habits, you shape your results. Every word is a step in creating the life you want. Every sentence is a chance to influence yourself and others. Every conversation is an opportunity to practice the habit of positivity. Keep speaking, keep practicing, and keep noticing the effects of words that build, inspire, and elevate. Your ability to speak positively directly affects your confidence, clarity, and energy. When you choose words that reflect optimism and belief, you create mental momentum. Your brain begins to notice solutions instead of problems. Your body begins to act with purpose instead of hesitation. Your interactions begin to create trust instead of conflict. Positive speech is an active choice. It requires awareness and intention. It requires listening, pausing, and selecting words carefully. It may feel strange at first. It may feel unnatural, but the results are undeniable. Your life changes as your words change. You can transform your relationships, your work, your mindset, and your opportunities by paying attention to your words. Positive speech builds influence, trust, and energy. Negative speech erodes confidence, trust, and progress. Choose your words deliberately. Speak with belief. Speak with intention. Speak with purpose. Allow your words to create clarity, action, and results. Let them reflect your commitment to growth, resilience, and improvement. This is how you shape a brighter tomorrow. Every word you speak today is building the foundation for what you will achieve next. Your speech is a reflection of your mindset. Your mindset shapes your actions. Your actions create results. When you speak positively, you set off a chain reaction that moves through your thoughts, your behaviors, and your outcomes. This is not theory. This is observable. Practice it today. Speak words of encouragement. Speak words of belief. Speak words that support growth and action. Notice how your energy shifts, how others respond, and how opportunities begin to appear. Speaking positively is one of the simplest and most powerful ways to take control of your life and shape the future you desire. Every moment you speak, you are creating your future. Every interaction, every conversation, every sentence is a brushstroke painting the life you want. Speak positively, consistently, intentionally, and watch the impact unfold. Words are the building blocks of your reality. Use them wisely. Use them to lift yourself. Use them to lift others. Use them to create clarity, energy, and momentum. This is not a small habit. It is a life-altering discipline that compounds over time. Speak positively today and shape a tomorrow full of possibility, growth, and achievement. Your attention to the words you choose is a reflection of the attention you give to your life. Every positive sentence spoken is a seed planted. Every encouraging word is an investment. Every phrase that inspires action is a tool for success. When you make speaking positively a habit, your life begins to shift in ways you will notice and ways you will never expect. Your confidence grows, your relationships strengthen, your opportunities expand, and your energy rises. Speaking positively is a habit of leaders, thinkers, creators, and achievers. Keep noticing how your words influence your mindset, your actions, and your results. Commit to speaking words that encourage, uplift, and empower. Pay attention to how each word you speak changes your day, your interactions, and your energy. Observe the effect it has on others. Allow yourself to measure the impact over time. This is how habits are formed. This is how growth becomes visible. This is how you shape a life of confidence, influence, and opportunity. Speaking positively is not optional. It is essential for anyone who wants to take control of their future and live a life full of purpose, energy, and achievement. The power of positive speech is available to everyone. It does not matter your age, your experience, or your current situation. You can start today. Begin with awareness. Notice your words. Pause before speaking. Choose words that create solutions, energy, and growth. Notice the effect on yourself and others. Reinforce it daily. This simple practice compounds over time, building confidence, clarity, relationships, and results. Your words are the tool. Your discipline is the practice. Your commitment is the key. Speak positively, and your tomorrow begins to take shape with every sentence you choose today. Every word you speak is a choice. Every sentence you utter shapes your thoughts, actions, and future. Choose words that empower, encourage, and inspire. Choose language that reflects possibility, solutions, and growth. Allow your words to influence your mindset and your energy. Allow them to create momentum, clarity, and confidence. Speak positively in every interaction, every conversation, and every moment. Notice the effects and reinforce them daily. Your words are shaping your life more than you realize. Use them wisely, intentionally, and with purpose. Positive speech is a daily practice that requires focus and awareness. It requires noticing negative patterns and interrupting them immediately. It requires replacing complaints, doubts, and criticism with words that reflect clarity, confidence, and action. Your words shape your mindset, which shapes your actions, which shapes your results. This is not optional for anyone who wants to grow, succeed, or lead. It is essential. Begin today. Observe yourself. Choose words that build, uplift, and inspire. Allow the habit to grow. Allow it to influence your environment, your energy, and your results. Positive speech is the foundation of a brighter tomorrow. Speaking positively is a skill that compounds with practice. Each day you engage in this habit, it becomes more natural, more instinctive, and more effective. You notice the difference in your confidence, your relationships, your decision-making, and your energy. Your words begin to attract opportunities instead of obstacles. Your language encourages others instead of discouraging. Your mind focuses on solutions instead of problems. Your life begins to reflect the reality of your words. This is how ordinary days are transformed into extraordinary growth and achievement. Number 18. Take responsibility for your choices and daily actions. Good morning, friends. Today I want to speak to you about something that separates people who drift through life from those who truly create it. I want to talk about taking responsibility for your choices and your daily action. The truth is, most people spend their days blaming circumstances, blaming other people, blaming the economy, or blaming luck. They live in a world where they feel powerless. But the people who succeed, the people who grow, they understand that every choice, every small decision, every single action has weight. It matters, and they own it. They own what they do, what they don't do, and the way they respond to life. This is the point where many people struggle. They wake up in the morning and react to events, instead of taking the moment to act with intention. They let the day push them around instead of steering the course, and that is where responsibility comes in. Responsibility is not a burden. It is freedom. When you realize that the outcomes in your life are directly linked to your actions, you gain power. You gain control. You stop being a passenger in your own life, and you start being the driver. Now, taking responsibility starts with awareness. You must see your life exactly as it is, not as you wish it were. That means looking honestly at your successes and your failures. When something does not go as planned, the first thought should not be, "Why me?" or "Who is to blame?" The first thought should be, "What can I do differently next time?" When you start asking that question, you shift from helplessness to empowerment. You create a path forward, and make no mistake, this is difficult. It requires courage. It requires admitting that some of your failures are your own, that some of your lost opportunities were choices you made. But once you accept this, you also accept that your victories are in your hands. You own your wins just as much as you own your losses. That is the heart of responsibility. Every action you take today matters more than you realize. Choosing to complete a task, to send that message, to make that call, to learn that skill, to push yourself just a little further. These choices compound over time. They create the life you will live tomorrow. If you fail to act, if you leave things to chance, life happens to you. But if you take responsibility and act deliberately, life happens because of you. The difference is enormous. Imagine a person who decides to practice responsibility daily. They wake up and say, "I will handle my life today. I will not let excuses guide me. I will not let distractions rule me. I will make choices that move me forward." That person is unstoppable because they understand that time is finite and every moment counts. Let's talk about choices for a moment. Choices are everywhere. From the minute you wake up, you are deciding. You decide how to spend your morning. You decide how to speak to people. You decide whether to pursue your goals or procrastinate. Each of these small choices builds a pattern. If you choose wisely and act responsibly, the pattern builds toward success. If you choose carelessly, if you blame or avoid, the pattern builds toward frustration and regret. The challenge is simple to state, but it requires discipline. You must stop looking for someone else to fix your problems. You must stop waiting for the perfect conditions. You must stop hoping life will hand you what you want. Instead, you must ask yourself, what can I do right now? What action can I take today that moves me closer to my goals? And then you take that action. No excuses, no delay, no waiting. Responsibility also involves owning your emotions. Many people let feelings control their actions. They get angry, sad, or frustrated and react in ways that harm their progress. Taking responsibility means acknowledging your feelings, but not letting them dictate your behavior. You feel frustration, yes, but you still act with purpose. You feel fear, yes, but you still take a step forward. You feel disappointment, yes, but you still look for solutions. This is where growth happens. When you realize that you are in charge of how you respond, that your reactions are your responsibility, you begin to see life differently. You no longer feel like a victim of circumstances. You begin to feel like the architect of your own journey. Think about the moments you waste every day when you do not take responsibility. Think about the hours you spend complaining, blaming, or avoiding action. Those hours do not come back. They accumulate into years of lost potential. But the person who practices responsibility uses each moment wisely. They focus on what they can control. They make decisions that matter. They finish what they start. They hold themselves accountable. They do not wait for someone to guide them or tell them what to do. They take initiative and move forward. This mindset alone separates those who live a life of regret from those who create a life of purpose. Responsibility is also about consistency. It is not enough to be responsible sometimes. You must practice it every day. Every day you make choices that define your character. Every day you act in ways that build your future or destroy it. This is where small actions matter the most. Sending one email, making one call, completing one task, reading one page, showing up on time, treating people with respect. These tiny actions reflect responsibility. They might seem insignificant at the moment, but they accumulate into a life of reliability, trust, and accomplishment. People notice this. Opportunities come to people who consistently take responsibility. Doors open for people who show they can handle their own lives. Let's not forget that taking responsibility is also about learning from mistakes. When you make a wrong choice, you cannot run from it. You cannot ignore it. You cannot blame others. You must analyze what happened, understand what went wrong, and take corrective action. This process is what transforms failure into progress. Every successful person you admire has failed countless times. What sets them apart is that they took responsibility for those failures. They studied them, adjusted, and tried again. They did not waste energy on excuses. They did not linger in self-pity. They acted. This same principle applies to your life. Each mistake is a chance to grow, but only if you own it fully and act to improve. When you take responsibility for your choices and daily actions, you also inspire others around you. People are drawn to those who are accountable. They trust them, they follow them, they respect them. Responsibility is contagious. Your children, colleagues, friends, and family members notice your discipline and intentionality. You create an environment where action is valued and excuses are acceptable. You become a model for others without even trying, and this adds a deeper sense of satisfaction and meaning to your own life. Finally, remember that responsibility is tied to your future. The person you will become is built on the actions you take today. You cannot wait for tomorrow or hope for luck. You cannot depend on others to shape your life. Every decision you make, every habit you cultivate, every effort you put in counts. When you embrace responsibility, you recognize that your future is in your hands. You see each day as an opportunity to move closer to your goals. You make choices that reflect who you want to be and the life you want to live. And you do this consistently, one day at a time, one action at a time. Taking responsibility may not be easy at first. It requires honesty, courage, and persistence. But once you practice it, life becomes clearer. You no longer feel at the mercy of circumstances. You no longer waste energy on blame. You focus on solutions, actions, and progress. You build trust, respect, and confidence. You become someone who is capable, dependable, and unstoppable. Every choice matters. Every action matters. You are responsible for your life, and once you embrace this, you start creating the results you truly want. Number 19. Avoid delaying decisions that can be acted on today. Good morning, my friends. Today, we are going to tackle one of the most critical habits that silently erodes success and steals time from our lives. I want to talk about avoiding delaying decisions that can be acted on today. You see, most people live with a subtle enemy, and that enemy is procrastination. It is not always dramatic, not always obvious, but it creeps into every area of life. People postpone calls, postpone emails, postpone commitments, and postpone actions that could transform their day or even their life. They tell themselves that tomorrow is a better day to act, but tomorrow never comes the way they expect. Every moment they delay, opportunity slips away. Every indecision adds weight to the stress of tomorrow. Every postponed action multiplies into lost chances, missed opportunities, and mounting frustration. The truth is, decisions define life. Small decisions repeated every day become habits, and habits create the life you will live. Delaying decisions is like leaving life at the mercy of chance. When you learn to act decisively today, you take control of your life. You gain momentum. You build confidence. You create a rhythm where choices lead to action, and action leads to progress. Now, let's explore why we delay decisions. Often, it is fear disguised as careful thinking. People fear making a mistake, fearing the wrong choice will cost them, but the cost of indecision is far greater. Fear of mistakes keeps us frozen, but every mistake is an opportunity to learn and grow. Every small decision you act on today sharpens your judgment, trains your mind, and increases your resilience. People who avoid delays understand this. They recognize that mistakes are not failures. They are feedback. They are data that guide better decisions in the future. Delaying only prolongs uncertainty and keeps potential locked away. You must develop the courage to act promptly and the wisdom to correct course when needed. Action, even imperfect action, beats inaction every single time. Think about the way we waste time each day. How many decisions could be made and executed right now that would clear mental space, create clarity, and produce results? Sending a message you've been putting off, completing a simple task, confirming an appointment, making a call you fear. These are the decisions that build momentum. When you avoid delaying, you reduce stress and free your mind to focus on the next step. People who procrastinate carry invisible weight, and it affects every area of life. Their minds are cluttered, their energy is scattered, their progress slows, but those who decide and act immediately find their days flowing smoothly. Their energy is focused, their confidence grows, their life feels lighter, and their results multiply. Acting today also builds reliability. Think about how other people perceive someone who takes action quickly. They are trusted, they are respected, they are sought after for collaboration because they make things happen. Every decision you take promptly reinforces your reputation and your influence. The person who consistently delays decisions develops a reputation for uncertainty and indecision. Doors close quietly, opportunities fade, and relationships strain. It is not dramatic, it happens subtly, but it is real. Each decision acted on immediately reinforces the opposite. Each decision taken today signals that you are a person of action, a person who values time, and a person who creates results. This is how influence grows, how trust develops, and how opportunities multiply. Now, let us address the mental struggle with decision-making. People often think they need perfect conditions, perfect clarity, or perfect timing. The truth is, perfect conditions rarely exist. Waiting for them is the most common reason for delayed decisions. Action creates clarity. Acting today, even without full information, generates feedback. It moves situations forward. It opens doors that were previously invisible. It creates momentum that no amount of waiting can produce. Every day you delay, the window narrows. Every day you act, the path widens. When you embrace the habit of acting promptly, you feel lighter, more in control, and more capable. Life becomes a series of purposeful steps rather than a series of postponed intentions. There is also an emotional impact to delayed decisions. Carrying unresolved choices drains your mind and body. It causes anxiety, worry, and frustration. It can disrupt sleep and cloud judgment. When you act on decisions today, you release that weight. You regain mental clarity and emotional balance. You feel empowered. You feel in control. You develop a mindset where action and responsibility are natural responses. Life feels easier, lighter, and more productive. You are no longer overwhelmed by the accumulation of postponed actions. Instead, your days flow with accomplishment, satisfaction, and progress. This is a simple but powerful shift that dramatically changes your experience of life. The habit of immediate decision-making is also a key to achieving goals. Goals are built one decision at a time. When you delay, you postpone progress. When you act promptly, you move steadily forward. Small decisions acted upon consistently create unstoppable momentum. People who achieve great results understand this. They do not wait for motivation. They do not wait for clarity. They decide and act now. They know that speed in execution compounds results. They know that every decision matters. Every choice counts. Every action creates a ripple that leads to significant outcomes over time. This is how ordinary people achieve extraordinary results. Now consider the practical ways to stop delaying decisions. Start with awareness. Notice every time you hesitate, ask yourself, can I act on this today? If the answer is yes, take action immediately. Do not wait. Send the email, make the call, complete the task, or address the challenge. Practice this consistently. Track your decisions and your results. Over time, you will notice a profound increase in productivity, clarity, and confidence. Your days will become filled with forward movement. Your opportunities will multiply. Your stress will decrease. This is the power of not delaying decisions. The habit transforms your life from reactive to proactive. Finally, understand that taking action today is about respect for yourself and your future. Every moment you hesitate, you delay your own success. Every decision you act on immediately accelerates it. You are training your mind, your habits, and your life to operate with speed, accuracy, and intention. You develop a rhythm of decisive action that shapes the way you approach challenges and opportunities. You build momentum, confidence, and self-trust. You prove to yourself that you can rely on your judgment. You prove to yourself that you can handle responsibility. You prove to yourself that you are capable of creating results. Number 20. End your day reflecting on lessons and improvements. Tonight, I want to talk to you about one of the most powerful habits that can transform your life quietly but profoundly. Ending your day by reflecting on lessons and improvements is not just a routine. It is a deliberate practice that shapes the way you grow, the way you perform, and the way you approach every tomorrow. Most people go to bed with their minds crowded with unfinished tasks, lingering worries, and distractions from the day. They do not pause to think about what worked, what did not work, or what they could improve. They simply drift into sleep and wake up to the same cycle, expecting results without reflection. But the people who end their day intentionally, reflecting on lessons and improvements, see life differently. They notice patterns, identify mistakes before they become habits, and recognize successes that deserve to be repeated. They cultivate awareness that sharpens judgment, develops wisdom, and builds confidence. Reflection is the bridge between experience and growth, and the simple act of taking a few minutes every night to evaluate your day has a compounding effect on your life. Now, Consider the mental clarity that comes from reviewing your day. When you sit quietly, away from distractions, and think about your actions, your choices, and your results, you create insight. You see what worked well, what could be improved, and what decisions moved you closer to your goals. This clarity reduces stress because your mind is no longer holding a cloud of unresolved experiences. Instead, it is focused, organized, and aware. People often feel overwhelmed because they never pause to process what has happened. Reflection breaks the cycle of overwhelm by creating perspective. It allows you to celebrate progress, even if small, and learn from mistakes before they multiply. Over time, this habit sharpens your thinking, improves your problem-solving skills, and strengthens your ability to act decisively in the future. Reflection also strengthens emotional intelligence. Each day, you encounter situations that test your patience, push your limits, or challenge your interactions with others. When you take the time to reflect, you examine your reactions, your feelings, and your communication. You notice where you stayed calm and where you allowed emotions to take over. You learn how to respond better next time. This awareness develops control over impulses and builds stronger relationships because you understand yourself and others more deeply. People who ignore reflection often repeat the same mistakes in interactions or decisions. They do not realize the power of reviewing how they handle people and circumstances. Ending your day with reflection teaches you to navigate life with balance, poise, and understanding, which is invaluable in achieving long-term success. Let us also consider the motivational impact of reflection. When you consciously review your day, you see accomplishments that may feel small in the moment, but are significant in the long run. Completing a task, taking a step toward a goal, or handling a challenge effectively might seem ordinary, but when reflected upon, it becomes a victory. Recognizing these wins reinforces confidence and inspires momentum for the next day. Reflection is not about judgment or criticism. It is about honest observation and learning. Every success fuels motivation. Every lesson learned prevents repeated errors. People who skip reflection miss these subtle, powerful drivers of growth. Reflection helps you internalize achievements, recognize patterns of success, and maintain the mental and emotional fuel needed to keep moving forward even when challenges arise. Reflection at the end of the day is also a tool for personal accountability. When you evaluate what you did not do, and why, you take responsibility for your life. You see where you may have procrastinated, avoided action, or allowed distractions to win. This accountability is not harsh or punishing. It is empowering because it shows you what you can improve tomorrow. People often blame circumstances, others, or random events for outcomes they experience. Reflection brings the focus back to what you control, your choices, your actions, and your responses. When you consistently take responsibility through reflection, you strengthen your self-discipline. You build a habit of learning from each day, making adjustments, and actively improving your performance. This habit separates those who drift through life from those who intentionally create results and shape their futures. Now, think about the practical steps to make this reflection effective. Find a quiet place where you can be alone with your thoughts. Review the day mentally or write notes in a journal. Ask yourself what you did well, what could have been better, and what you learned. Consider how your actions aligned with your goals and values. Focus on lessons that will guide tomorrow. This process is simple but powerful. Writing things down strengthens memory, provides clarity, and helps you track your growth over time. The more consistent you are with this practice, the more insight you develop. Your mind becomes sharper, your decisions become more informed, and your habits improve steadily. Reflection turns ordinary days into powerful teachers and transforms ordinary efforts into steady progress. Reflection also nurtures gratitude and perspective. As you look back on your day, you notice opportunities you received, interactions that mattered, and achievements that may have gone unrecognized in the rush of activity. You develop an appreciation for your efforts, the people around you, and the experiences you encounter. Gratitude is more than a feeling. It strengthens resilience, reduces stress, and enhances well-being. When paired with reflection, gratitude allows you to see life more clearly, focus on what truly matters, and approach the next day with a balanced mindset. People who skip this step often feel dissatisfied or unfulfilled because they do not recognize progress, opportunities, or positive experiences. Reflection brings those moments to the forefront, providing emotional energy to fuel tomorrow's actions. Reflection also enhances planning and foresight. By examining what worked and what did not, you gain insight into patterns that affect outcomes. You learn which strategies produce results and which behaviors hinder progress. You can anticipate challenges and prepare for them before they become problems. This proactive approach gives you an advantage that most people do not take the time to cultivate. Over time, reflection improves strategic thinking, decision-making, and goal alignment. It allows you to refine your methods continually and make adjustments that compound over days, weeks, and months. People who embrace reflection end up achieving more with less effort because they act with intelligence informed by experience, rather than repeated trial and error. Reflection is also a tool for mental and emotional release. The day can leave a person feeling heavy with unresolved thoughts, regrets, or concerns. By taking time to reflect, you give yourself permission to release those burdens. You organize your thoughts, identify solutions, and let go of worries that serve no purpose. This creates calmness, reduces stress, and improves sleep. When your mind is clear at night, you wake up refreshed, focused, and energized. People who ignore reflection carry mental clutter from day to day. Their thinking becomes foggy. Their energy becomes scattered. Their ability to perform declines. Reflection creates mental clarity and emotional balance that sustain performance and well-being. In addition, reflecting on lessons and improvements strengthens self-awareness. You become aware of your habits, strengths, weaknesses, and tendencies. You see how your decisions align with your goals. You understand where you excel and where you need to grow. This self-awareness is essential for long-term success. It allows you to adjust your behaviors, improve your skills, and cultivate habits that support your vision. Without reflection, you remain blind to areas needing attention. You may repeat mistakes unknowingly and fail to capitalize on your strengths. Reflection illuminates your path and provides guidance that directs daily action toward meaningful results. The habit of ending your day with reflection also supports continuous improvement. Every day becomes an opportunity to refine your approach, learn from experiences, and make small adjustments that compound into significant growth. People who skip reflection may work hard, but they often work inefficiently. They repeat errors and miss opportunities to optimize performance. Those who reflect daily continuously refine their actions and choices. They identify what is effective and what is not. They build a system of self-improvement that becomes automatic. Over time, this practice produces mastery in skills, consistency in results, and the ability to navigate challenges with wisdom and confidence. Reflection is also a habit that nurtures focus. When you evaluate your day, you notice where distractions or unproductive activities consumed time. You see which efforts created results and which did not. This insight allows you to prioritize more effectively tomorrow. You learn to spend energy on what matters most and minimize wasted effort. Focus is a skill developed over time, and reflection is a critical tool for that development. People who do not reflect often wander from task to task without awareness of impact. Reflection trains the mind to recognize value, direct energy intentionally, and concentrate on actions that matter most. This is the foundation for building a productive, meaningful, and successful life. Reflection also builds emotional resilience. Life presents challenges, setbacks, and frustrations every day. By reviewing your reactions to these experiences, you develop the ability to manage emotions and respond constructively. You see patterns in your behavior and learn strategies to stay calm, solve problems, and maintain focus. Over time, this practice builds mental strength and emotional balance. People who neglect reflection may feel defeated by challenges repeatedly because they fail to learn from each experience. Reflection transforms difficulties into lessons, setbacks into stepping stones, and challenges into opportunities to grow stronger. Ending your day with reflection also strengthens memory and learning. When you think back on events, decisions, and outcomes, your brain processes and stores the lessons more effectively. You remember strategies that work, recognize mistakes to avoid, and internalize successes to repeat. Reflection is essentially a nightly learning session that compounds over time. People who skip this habit often forget important lessons and repeat the same mistakes. Reflection turns ordinary experiences into structured learning that builds wisdom, competence, and confidence over a lifetime. Next, you see that reflection also cultivates a sense of purpose. By reviewing daily actions and outcomes, you ensure that what you do aligns with your goals and values. You become more intentional in your efforts and more aware of the direction you are heading. Purpose becomes clear when you consistently evaluate actions against long-term objectives. People who do not reflect may drift through life, unaware of whether they are moving toward or away from their goals. Reflection provides the compass that keeps you aligned, focused, and intentional, ensuring that every day contributes meaningfully to your larger vision. When reflection is paired with planning improvements, it becomes a powerful cycle. After reviewing the day, you identify 1 or 2 key adjustments to make tomorrow more effective. Perhaps you will focus more on high-value activities. Perhaps you will change how you communicate. Perhaps you will prioritize your energy differently. These small improvements, applied consistently, compound into remarkable progress. People who neglect this habit rarely experience this compounding effect. They repeat the same patterns without adjustment, limiting growth and results. Reflection with actionable improvements is the difference between ordinary effort and extraordinary achievement. Reflection also develops self-confidence. When you regularly review what you did well and acknowledge progress, you reinforce a positive self-image. You recognize your ability to handle challenges, complete tasks, and improve continuously. This confidence grows naturally and supports all areas of life. People who skip reflection often doubt themselves because they cannot see their growth. Reflection provides proof of ability, resilience, and progress. It shows that you are capable of learning, adapting, and achieving. This confidence fuels motivation, strengthens persistence, and prepares you to take on bigger challenges. Ending your day with reflection also strengthens discipline. Consistency in reviewing your actions requires commitment. It trains the mind to pause, evaluate, and adjust. Over time, this discipline spills into other areas of life. You become more consistent in work, habits, and decisions. You develop control over impulses and build a structured approach to personal and professional growth. People who skip reflection often lack this daily reinforcement of discipline. Reflection is a daily practice that strengthens mental muscle, reinforces good habits, and ensures steady progress.